Hello everybody, welcome back to Wizardry 1. Thank you Chris for being here early. Thanks to Faye for stopping by early, chatting a little bit about my plans for eating after the stream. Hey Red Watcher, thanks for being here a little bit early. He says it's 10 minutes till. I usually start my streams a little bit early, that's why I usually schedule them for like 5:59. That's kind of like a shorthand for like, hey, it's going to start, before 6 o'clock. I don't know exactly when, but before 6 o'clock. Hey Reg, thanks for being here today. Nice pink wavy hand. This is the hey Mirror Fanboy as well. I had to resize all of the windows before I started the stream today. I put up a poll to see if people wanted us to do like more character creation, like adding new people, if people want us to focus on leveling up like our best characters or just focus on exploring. Seems like people mostly want to focus on exploring, so I'm just gonna go ahead and I put together a party really quick, and we're just gonna head right into the dungeon and do a little bit of a quick exploration. I have a couple of goals today. I'm gonna outline what they are. First, I'm just gonna open up our last Doom Epic. Okay. And I remember that there was a way I could get the cursor to appear on the screen. And I think this shows on the stream as well. So we are here at the bottom left staircase. So we have to explore this whole top left area. So I want to finish exploring that. And then we also there's a boss in here, Murphy's Ghost, we're going to go defeat. And then I want to at least do some exploration of the second floor. If we could possibly explore the entire second floor, that would be great. I don't know if we can do that in one stream. Hello, Big Boss Gaming 876. Thanks for being here today. Let's go ahead and first head into that top left corner, which is this way. I'm pretty good at keeping track of like where I'm going when I play dungeon crawlers. Like this should be the place that I pointed out on the map, and I will actually open up the map again. Yeah, so we're actually no, I'm totally wrong. We are... Where the heck are we? We are here. So we need to go left and then up to this door, and then we've got like multiple different ways to explore. So I did go to the right place, I just didn't go far enough. Okay, so yeah, this is... We have not opened any of these doors before. Oh yeah, this is the party I went with. Mavtato, Aurelius, Gargamax, Silvara, Yetiman, and Filru. This is just kind of a mix of like characters who saw a little bit of play during the last stream, but not all of them really got to fully level up yet. Undead Kobolds, this is good. We can use a Dispel. Oh, that's a really cool picture. Look at that. This is the battle screen from the Apple II version. Those are the Undead Kobold sprites. They're just little spooky little skeletons. That's awesome. Oh, and this is what... Yeah, okay, so it actually has the combat screen from the original Apple II as well. If you look at the bottom, you see, like, Mavtato, Aurelius, Gargamax. It has their class, like, Sam, that's Neutral Samurai, Neutral Fighter, Evil Priest, Neutral Thief. Your AC, the lower AC is actually better. This is based on, like, old-school Dungeons & Dragons rules, where if you had, like, 0 AC, that was, like, the best. And then you could even go into, like, negative armor class. That makes you even harder to hit. Hits, I think that's talking about their HP, like how much HP they have right now. And then status, it shows your max HP, but then also if you get a status, it shows what your status is. So, pretty cool. We're going to have Silvara use Dispel Undead, and then the others are going to, I think we've already, yes, we've already got all the information on these enemies, so we don't need to inspect them anymore, we can just fight them. It looks like Silvara just got a Dispel. Aurelius got a kill, Gargamax got a kill. We can just rip through undead encounters if we have a good priest. And right now we have like a decent one. Gargamax, I think just got another kill. I think Gargamax just got a kill steal. He just took out like a kobold that somebody else had injured. The combat goes really fast in this, but I can usually follow mostly what's going on. Okay, so we handled that pretty well. We did not take any injuries. Oh, and one of my goals today, I want to find a treasure chest that has an unidentified item, because we have not found any magical items yet. We found and disarmed a couple of chests, but usually they just have gold in them. And I want to find something that has... okay. I want to find something that actually has, like, rare items. I want to find some rare items. I'm going to try to explore everything we can in here. Filru is actually already ready to level up as well. I'm hoping that she can learn Do Map Pick. Ooh, 3 leather-clad men. I wonder what these are. I don't think we fought these before. Because if we did, they would have shown up. Yeah, these are completely new encounters. Alright, let's be a little bit careful in that case. Let's focus on inspecting them so we can get information. Nice. We're spreading out our attacks. That's one of the things about this game, is that your characters tend to spread out their attacks. These are bushwhackers. I wonder if I can see. Yeah, there we go. This is the combat sprite for bushwhackers in the Apple II. It looks like he has like kind of like a honeycomb pattern. He's drawn with like a honeycomb pattern and straight lines, like a line gradient. But you can see that thing in the middle. I think that's supposed to actually be a sword. He's like running towards you with a sword at his side. That's awesome. Alright, let's do some more inspection. It looks like we can kind of take these out pretty easily. But yeah, that's one of the things about this game. You can't really, you can't target the enemies the way you want to. Your characters just spread out their attacks equally across the enemy group. So you can choose what group to target, but you can't focus fire on one enemy. Oh, that is a empty room. Oh, I see a secret door too. There's a secret door here. You see that? I will check that after we clear all these doors, which we just did. Alright, what's in here? By the way, how did everybody's week go? I'm feeling a little bit better. Especially my throat. My throat does not hurt as bad. It still hurts, but it does not hurt as bad anymore. Alright, we got a lot of enemies to take care of this time. And they surprised us. Great. Let's see if anyone takes any damage or if we just get like a perfect guard. We have pretty decent armor. Ooh, as I say that, Aurelius gets hit. I see Gargamax actually doesn't have very good armor either. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Gargamax was created by Ampharesi, who's not here yet today. It's tough to remember because if everybody had like the name of their characters, they would be, you know, pretty easy to remember. But because everybody created like characters with different names than their actual usernames, I have to remember like which character actually goes to which person. Oh, we have Doom Epic already. Okay, that's great. All right, let's try a Let's try Catino. I don't know if it'll actually work that well on Undead. I don't know if they have resistance or not. I probably could have checked. Reg says, your week has been pretty busy so far. Tonight's the first time you've been able to settle down like all week, which means you can chill and watch the game. Yeah, it's really nice if you just have like something you can do that doesn't require any effort. For me personally, like if I can find something to do that doesn't require any effort, it's always really great. Yeah, the Catino did not work against the Undead. My biggest thing whenever I'm trying to figure out what I want to do for the day is like, just, I don't know, it's just trying to figure out like, yeah, trying to figure out something that doesn't require me to expend any mental or physical energy or social energy after I've already like done it for the day. Was it actually, did I go today? Or, I can't actually remember if I went, I think it was actually today I went and I did errands for my mom and my grandfather. I either did it today or yesterday. I don't know why I can't remember which it was. Alright, let's keep trying to dispel these guys. By the way, Aurelius is getting dangerously injured. Alright, let's try this. Nice dispel. Oh, that helped so much. Silvara just took out 3 targets with 1 attack. That's basically like a multi-hit cleave. Alright. We're doing okay. Both Kobolds are asleep right now, so I'm going to focus on them so we can hit them for max damage. And then we'll try to... Oops, no, we're going to try to dispel. And ambush the undead Kobold in the front. Okay, we got a kill. So you can tell which targets are asleep based on the number. Oh wow, Gargamax is really injured. If you look at the number at the top, you see how it says 1 Kobold, and then in parentheses it says 0. That 0 tells you that like 0 of the Kobolds are actually standing up right now. It's just 1 is here, but he's not standing up, so he's currently asleep. So whenever we hit him, we'll deal max damage. Or I think it's just double damage, but either way. Okay, now our group is in a lot of danger. Gargamax and Aurelius both almost went down. I'm not sure that we can do any exploration right now. We might have to head back. Oh, that could have been bad. Seems like there wasn't anything too important behind this secret door. Let's cast the Doom Epic. Let's see what our updated map looks like. Okay, so it looks like we explored just about everything that we can. And, you know, barring any secret doors, there might be secret doors that we don't know about. There is this door over here to the left. It might be dangerous to try and go through there with our group in its current state. What does shift do? Doesn't seem to do anything. It says like if I press the shift key, something will happen, but nothing's actually happening. Okay, so I'm wondering if we should check this door before we go back, or if we should just leave it for the next group, considering our group's in a pretty bad condition. All right, let's have who's our priest? Silvara. She has holy spells. She has Dios. She only has 3 casts, which is not great. Okay, Gargamax is looking pretty healthy now, though. Aurelius is healed back to full. Alright, let's head back to town. We'll leave it for the next group. The way back is here. Oh, this is the stairs down. Okay, so the way back is this way. Mirror Fanboy says your week has been pretty unnoteworthy. I mean, it's the same for me a lot of times. Sometimes, like, every week is the same as the last week, if you fall into a pattern. Yeah, Fluffy says it's better to be safe. I totally agree. Let's just head back. We'll rest. We'll level up all these characters, and then we'll think about who we'll send back to explore the last room that we haven't explored yet. Plus, we've got multiple injured characters now, which means it's gonna take more spells to heal them back up. I want Silvara to get another 3 kill. That was awesome last time. I think this spell is really strong in Wizardry 1 compared to some of the later games. It's not this useful or this powerful. I'm wondering if it was nerfed or if it's just because there's fewer undead enemies. Or maybe it just becomes better at higher levels. But in Wizardry 1 it feels like it's immediately very powerful. Alright. Especially because there's so many undead on the first floor. Alright, we're gonna have Silvara cast 1 more heal. I'm going to heal Mavtato. Yes, because if he's at full when he levels up, he won't have to spend any time healing. Back to full HP. One thing that helps is eating ice cream for my sore throat. The problem is I'm also lactose intolerant, so I have to take like lactase medicine. So that I don't get sick from eating ice cream. So it's like I have to eat the ice cream to heal my throat, but then I have to not get sick from eating the ice cream. Alright, let's check our level ups. Mavtato got 5 hit points. They lost a little bit of vitality. Most of their other stats went up. They pretty much have all average stats anyway, other than, yeah, even their luck is pretty average. Because the luck benchmarks are 6, 12, and 18. I would say, well, okay, they have one good stat, which is strength. So other than strength, Mavtato actually just has all average stats, if you can believe that. Okay, Aurelius time. 7 HP, that's really good. Couple of level ups, once again, pretty much average stats, except for low piety, which doesn't matter. Gargamax, I actually have a plan for Gargamax. Red Watcher says, it might not be the best moment to ask, but if you're not going to marry Crom with Sumia because you hate Sumia as a character, who should Crom marry? I think in a grinding context, Maribel is the best partner for Crom. Other than that, Robin, Olivia, and Sully are all good for different reasons. I don't think there's a best. Kind of depends on what you want to do. If you don't really have any plans for Sumia, I would say marry Crom to your least valuable character. That way you're not wasting that character. Or sorry, if you don't have any plans for Lucina, you should marry Crom to the least valuable character. Okay, Silvara got Matu, Manifo, as well as 2 additional spell points for basically casting more spells per day, which is going to allow us to heal up our other characters. Oh, and she jumped from 8 HP to 17 HP. This is kind of what I was talking about before, how every time you level up, your HP gets re-rolled. So eventually you're just going to get like a high roll and you'll be at like your max HP for that level. That's probably pretty close to what Silvara's at now. Her max right now should be around 24 HP, so 17 is a little bit on the higher end. It's like a little above average. Your HP is going to trend towards being above average because anytime that you roll an above average value, your HP will jump up massively. All right, Yeti Man time. Yeti Man's going to be our main thief moving forward until or unless we get another one. He actually got 2 levels, which is great because level plays a really big part in trap disarmament. His strength is getting dangerously low, though. If it falls 1 more point, he's going to have a damage penalty and a hit penalty, which is not good because he's not that accurate right now anyway. Okay, Filru time. Arcane, tier 2 spells. She learned Dilto. She got pretty much all stat increases, which is good. If I remember correctly, our plan for Filru is to switch her into maybe either a fighter. Yeah, I think we were going to do multi-class mage fighter or mage thief. Alright, I'm going to remove Gargamax and add a new fighter. We got Pizza, Big Boss. Let's bring Big Boss because Big Boss is here in the chat. I just saw him a moment ago. How is Burrito doing? Is he still a quadriplegic? Yeah, Burrito's still down for the count. We have to either get Silvara or Ulrich up to a high enough level, and they will be able to heal Burrito. Potentially. Otherwise, Yeti Man's going to have to be our main thief. Alright, so we've got Mavtato, Aurelius, Big Boss, Silvara, Yeti Man, and Filru. We're going to go right back in with this squad. Red Watcher says Filru will be the MVP this day. I got a call. Is it divination? Have you seen a vision? Alright. I can find my way right back here. I'm pretty sure we can get Big Boss to level 2. And then we're going to go left from here. Yeah, well, Filru's already doing good because just purely based on the fact that she has Doom Epic already. That's like the most useful tier 1 spell. Oh, I went through the wrong door. Now we got to fight some slimes. If I remember correctly, the slimes don't actually give very much experience. Alright, let's just mash them down in that case. I'm gonna get ready for an ambush. My only worry about Yeti Man is his low strength. That is definitely an issue. I think with Silvara, I think we can take on Murphy's Ghost. Because we only had 1 room left to check, let's go head over to the other passageway and try to fight Murphy's Ghost. And if this party gets wiped, then, well, we've got plenty of backups. This is probably going to be the most dangerous thing that we... Yeah, see, so our inspection chance on the chest went up from 74 to 84%. It's because you get an extra 5% every time you gain a level. So level is a pretty big component of this. It looks like Yeti Man's pretty certain there's no trap. I'm going to do a disarm on a stunner anyway. Because a stunner, like, that's... If you get hit with a stunner, your career as an adventurer is over. So I'm going to try to disarm it just in case it is a stunner. There was no trap, that's fine. An extra 40 gold. And Yeti Man found a shield. Okay, now it's time to see if this is a rare shield or if it's just like a known shield. I'm gonna check our items. It is an unidentified shield. Okay, great. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna have either Backseat Greg or someone else take a look at the shield. They should be able to identify it and see if why am I just unable to complete that sentence? See if it's a magical shield or if it's just a regular shield. Or a cursed shield. Cursed shield would be bad too. A stunner is what got Burrito. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, if you get hit with a stunner in this game, that's like it. Like you're down for the count. Unless somebody can cast a spell on you to cure paralysis, or if you go to the temple and have them cure paralysis. So if you're playing the game normally, like if you're playing differently from how I play, you would probably just make a party of 6 characters and use them for the entire game, rather than trying to build like a whole guild of like 20 characters with like a full roster. You would just have 6 characters and you would use them for the entire game. If one of your characters gets paralyzed, you can just take them to the temple and pay, like, if they're level 1, it costs like 100 gold to cure the paralysis. And we have like, you know, over 1,000 gold right now. So it wouldn't be that expensive to cure him. But for me, I'm doing like a sort of like Iron Man type playthrough where if somebody gets stunned, like they're stunned. But oh crap, I went through a secret door by accident. Alright, hold on, we're gonna have to find our way back out of here again. Should be pretty close to the exit now. Here. And here. Okay. So I wanted to go through here. This is where Murphy's ghost is, if I'm not mistaken. Fluffy says, you started playing the game last week after watching my stream. You learned the hard way not to push too far into the dungeon too quickly. You wiped with no backup team. I really want to show off this. So there is a mechanic where if your characters die in the dungeon, you can actually send in other people to recover their bodies and bring them back to town. It's really cool. It's one of my favorite things about this game. I wanted to show it off, but we haven't really got any party wipes so far. You see a large statue of a hooded humanoid. There's a golden light coming from a hole in the hood. The statue is bejeweled with precious and semi-precious stones. In front of the statue is an altar from which the incense is burning. Maybe we went through the wrong door. Is the ghost... Oops. He might be in one of the other rooms. I thought it was this one, but it might be the other one. Alright, we got another one of these big encounters versus a huge army of kobolds. I wonder if Maptato still does not have any spells. They will learn spells eventually. Samurai in this game, they do learn spells. Silvara's Dispel should also be stronger now. Alright, let's go for a... I don't want to cast Dilto because we only have one cast. Let's go for Catino on the regular kobolds. Because I don't think they have magic resist. And it will help us chip down their health longer. Yeah, sometimes you encounter really big groups of enemies in this game, but you're also we're gonna get access to really big like AoE type spells. You can just basically blow up the entire field. Oh, nice Dispel. Silvara just hit 4 with one shot, and it looks like we put around half of the kobolds to sleep, but some of them woke back up immediately, which is fine. It happens sometimes. All right, we should be able to just take out this last one with another Dispel. That was a crazy Dispel. Also, enemies will... yeah, we got him with a Dispel. Enemies will also run away based on your party level. So, like, they look at the total level of our party when they're deciding if they want to run away or not. So, whenever your characters level up, it makes a lot of these big encounters go faster, because in the big groups, you'll tend to have enemies that will run away. Although, personally, I don't really like when they do that, because you don't get any experience. I would prefer to just blow them all up with a single spell and get like a huge bonus experience. Alright, let's see if he's in here. No. Okay, so he's got to be in here. No. Is it a random encounter, maybe? Oh, that's right. You have to search the statue. We didn't search the statue this time. If you search the statue, the ghost should appear. There it is. 2 Murphy's ghost. Oh, okay. So this is not a boss. This is like something else. Oh, God. Oh, they surprised us, too? Oh, my God. We're getting wrecked here. They're already hitting us. They have regen. They seem to have regen. I'm going to start by actually parrying with my front line. I'm going to have Silvara cast a... Should I start buffing the party, or should I just Dispel? Because we have Matu. I'm going to cast Matsu here. And I'm going to try to inspect these guys, because we don't have a lot of information on them. Oh wow, they give 4,000 experience. That is an insane amount of experience. I'm going to save the Dilto, I think. And just start with Halito, and just start like blasting them with fire. Let's see what happens. Alright, so we're buffering our armor class. Our front line is just defending. Halito does damage. It does a very small amount of damage. It looks like we barely chipped his life bar. And they're hitting us even with the armor buffs. And they're regenerating too, I think. I think they're still regenerating. They're doing something. Alright, let's open up. Let's just do all-out offense this time. And try a Dispel. I don't think a Dispel's gonna work. I think they're too strong. The fact that we got ambushed by 2 of them makes this harder. If it was just 1, I would feel like we could maybe win. But against 2, this is pretty rough. We might need to think about running away. Yeah, we're not going to Dispel these. They're too high level. And they're resisting our spells now, too. Even our damage dealing spells are. I'm going to run away. I don't think we can win this with this group, especially not against 2. If it was just 1, I would feel comfortable like trying to chip them down. Alright, we get to see the Scooby-Doo run now. I think it actually just let us go I think running away just let us go through one-way doors. Am I wrong about that? It seems like we just went through several one-way doors. That was good. Alright, now we're back in the darkness area. Oh god. Okay, hold on. I'm thinking of casting a Doom Epic if I can't get out of here. Because we can't see where we're going and we're going to be getting ambushed by orcs the entire time. You learn that Dispel never stops being useful. Yeah, Dispel is so good. Like, the higher level the enemies, the higher level your priest needs to be. But by the same vein, like, it's also just more valuable to be able to instantly defeat them. If it's a high-level enemy, it's, like, really valuable to be able to instantly defeat a high-level enemy. Alright, one orc ran away. We hit the other two. I think we can get out of here. Ooh, we got a chest. Poison Needle. Poison Needle's pretty bad, too. Yep. Yeti Man failed to disarm it, so he's going to be losing HP every single time he takes a step now. Because of that, I am going to use Doom Epic now. We might be able to get out of here. If you can get out of the dungeon before the poison kills you, I'm pretty sure it goes away on its own. Like, you don't have to pay to cure poison. So if we can get out of here before Yeti Man dies, he will survive. Alright, so right now we are... Why isn't it telling us where we are? Oh, here we are. Okay, I see us now. It's weird because it looks like we're in a... Looks like we're in a passage with no exits, but I think we just go straight to the exit, to the end of this passage, and then probably through a one-way door. So let's try this, and then we're going to go left. So we're going to go straight until we hit a wall. I'm going to try to go through it, and then I'm going to go left one square, and then that should lead right to the teleporter. I think this will work. Yeah, Yeti Man's taking damage from walking now. I don't know, I'm kind of worried that that didn't work. Alright, we only have a few Doom Epics left. I think we have none, in fact. We have no Doom Epics left, so we have no way of figuring out how to get out of here. Oh god, I have no idea where we are now. I just got lost in the darkness. Okay, here's the elevator, okay. So if we look at our map, if we go straight from the elevator and hug the right wall, we can find our way out. Dark areas are really evil, yeah. Alright, so if we hug this wall, this should lead to the exit. So there's a wall here. Now we go around, and then through this door is going to be the wizard, who will send us back to town. So before we go through the door, I'm going to have Silvara heal everybody. Or everybody that she can. So we're going to heal Yeti Man. Didn't really help very much. We're going to heal Big Boss. Did not help very much. Sometimes you roll like a 1. You're trying to heal somebody and you roll... Because it heals between like 1 and 8. Between 1 and 8 HP. So sometimes you try to heal and it just heals like 1 HP and does basically nothing. Most of the time it only heals like 3 or 4 anyway. Alright, we'll head back. Begone, strangers. Mapiro, Mahama, Dirabat. This is actually good because it's kind of like a shortcut back to town. Alright, so let's head to the inn. We're going to have to let these characters rest. I don't know how much gold it costs. Seems like none. It actually lets you heal, lets you rest for free. So in the older versions of the game, when you needed to rest and recover in town, it took more time. Like if you were missing a lot of HP, it took a lot of time to heal, and the only way to speed it up was by paying for more expensive rooms, which would let you heal more every day. So instead of having to rest for like a week, you could only, you could rest for just like 2 days or something. Or instead of resting for like 5 weeks to recover to full, you could just rest for like 1 week and recover to full. by paying for a more expensive room. But that's not always an option. Okay, so I don't think we can defeat Murphy's Ghost yet. Let's go ahead and take a look at the second floor. I'm going to need a stronger fighter, though. Big Boss is a little bit too weak right now. I'm fine with continuing to train Silvara, and we can come back to Ulrich later. Alright, so which fighter would I want to bring with me? Probably Pizza or Chris. So what is the difference? Pizza, Chris. They're actually pretty much functionally identical. The only difference is Chris will gain more HP over time, and Pizza will probably reach 16 agility sooner. But other than that, it's really not that different. So let's go ahead and bring Pizza with us, because I actually value agility more. Because we're always going to reach high HP at some point in time anyway. Alright, so we're going to bring Pizza with us. Gotta do this. It's really weird that reorganizing the party requires you to use the D-pad. Alright, we'll take this group with us. I'm gonna head right down to the second floor, because if I'm not mistaken... Yeah, so we've explored everything that we could on this floor, unless there's any secret doors that we didn't find, which, I mean, that's always possible. But I mean, we can come back and search for secret doors later. Right now, I think the most important thing is just heading down to the second floor, starting to get a feeling for what's over there. So it should be right over here. I'm a little worried about Filru's HP, actually. Filru only has 6 HP. That's pretty low. Even for a level 3 mage. That means she only got 2 HP per level. Which means below average every level so far. I wonder if she has low vitality. I don't think she does. I don't think I would give low vitality to any of my characters. No, she has average vitality. By the way, I just noticed that the saving throws are visible. In the original game, these saving throws here, these were not visible. You had you would have no idea what these numbers are. But it's based on your race, your class, and your level. So like Filru is a human mage, so being a human gives her a certain bonus, and being a mage gives her a certain bonus. It also looks like they were probably rebalanced, because in the original Wizardry, there were 5 different types of saving throws, one for each race. So it seems like they changed those, which is pretty interesting. It looks like humans probably get resilience. It looks like these two both have either a bonus to reflex or a bonus to resilience. Gnomes, these are actually all pretty low. I'm wondering what the saving throws are determined by in this game then. Oh, maybe they're based on stats, because Mavteto has very high saving throws and they have very high stats in every stat. That would definitely be a change of pace, because in the old version they were not based on your stats at all. It's just based on your class and your level. Class, race, and level. You think it's good that my voice is doing a little bit better? Yeah, it sounds a little bit better. It still definitely hurts, but not as much as it did before. So before, it was basically hurting like all day, like every day, and it just kept getting worse. Like every day, it was getting worse for like a week straight. But then eventually, finally, I just had like one day where I woke up and I felt just like a little bit better than I did the day before, and that was when I finally felt like, okay, I'm finally actually starting to get better. And we're still doing a little bit better from then, but hopefully I still continue to recover, because it still hurts from time to time. We got some level 1 priests. Do we have any information on them? Not really. We don't know anything about their HP, resistances, nothing. Okay. Let's just try to take them out quick before they start casting Badios on us. We could potentially... we got an ambush turn, so we can't cast any spells this turn anyway. So let's try to just hack them down quickly. The difficult thing about priests is that they can equip decent armor, they can equip shields. Alright, let's just inspect. I want to get information on the enemies that we don't have information on yet. In a way, our group is... yeah, oh, that's the tough part, is they can hit us with Badios, which deals 1 to 8 damage. And we have no resistance against it, really. So... they're offensively, even though they're priests, they're actually a lot more dangerous than some of the basic enemies. And that one got away too. Oh, by the way, we never investigated that shield that we picked up earlier. Who has it? I think Yeti Man has it. We got a lot of experience though. He's 80% sure there's no trap. Find anything good? Just gold, which is always good. All right. Yeah, Yeti Man's the one holding the shield. Okay, we'll go back and investigate that shield. Looks like we made a very small amount of progress. Oh, now this is probably a level 1 mage, if he's a robed man. I think the throat pains are related to my acid reflux, because I noticed. So normally when I'm like sick or injured, if I sleep, I recover, and if I sleep, like I heal and I feel a little bit better the next day. But with acid reflux, a lot of problems caused by acid reflux get worse at night, and they affect you while you're sleeping. And so one of the things I noticed is that like after I sleep, like my throat doesn't really heal; it gets even worse, which is kind of what's leading me to believe that it's being caused by the acid reflux. All right, let's head back. I'm actually totally fine with just making like incremental progress. Just check like one little extra area at a time. Because if you want to focus on exploration, this is the best way to do it so that you don't lose any characters. You go through, you explore one little area that you haven't checked before, you find what's there, you come back, you level up, and until you get to the point where you're not really gaining levels anymore, like every time we go out, we're fighting like 1 or 2 battles and we're gaining levels. Once we get to the point where we're not gaining any levels, then we can go on like long, protracted explorations. But other than that, just like Fluffy mentioned, like it can be very dangerous to try and push things too far. I'm going to have Silvara cast some healing spells on us. She cannot do it for some reason. Hold on a second. I think... Where do you do it? In the training grounds, maybe? I think you have to go into the maze to heal your characters, which this is how it worked in the original game anyway. I thought they updated it in this, but I guess I was wrong. So if we go here... we can heal our characters back up to full before we level them up. Pizza... Aurelius. That way they start closer to their new max HP. Chris says any progress is good progress. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. And, you know, we're slowly making progress. I also kind of came around on the Doom Epic thing. I kind of like the new Doom Epic where you don't have to constantly keep casting it. You can just check the last map that you drew. Because the only thing it changes is that it's like a convenience thing. The only thing that would be different is that I would have to draw like a physical map on paper and then keep looking at it. But instead of having to do that, the game just remembers the last map that it drew for me, which I think is fine. Especially because it doesn't reveal my location. It only reveals my location if I cast the spell. So if I want to check where I'm standing, like if we get lost in the darkness, I have to cast the spell every time. Alright, Aurelius gained 1 HP. Her stats are still kind of middling. She might end up getting made into a bench character. She just doesn't have any good stats. She just has like all average stats. Pizza's doing okay here. Silvara needs to rest to get back her spell points. Yeti Man's fine. Alright, Filru. Any progress on Filru yet? So the big issue with Filru is that we won't be able to switch her class until she gains some stats, because she needs either 11 strength or 11 agility to be able to switch into another class. But she did get another spell, Sopic. I don't think anyone has this spell yet. So let's check that out. Excuse me, Sopic, sorry. So it summons glass armor for her, which gives her an armor class bonus for the encounter. Unfortunately, I think the spells that buff like your own armor class aren't really that useful on mages. It will be useful if we reclass her into a fighter later on, because if she's standing in the front line, being able to buff her own armor will be extremely useful. It's because remember, like when, let's say Mavtato, for example, when Mavtato uses the guard command, their armor class only goes down by 2, and it's just for that one turn, like while they're guarding. But if you cast Sopic on yourself, your armor goes down by 4 points, and it just stays that low for the entire battle, and you can actually stack it on top of itself, so you can just stand in the front row and just keep casting Sopic over and over and over again, and basically become impossible to hit, because your armor will get so powerful. Alright, let's head right back in with this group. Hello, Vivi Cooley. Good afternoon. How are you doing today? If I remember correctly, you created a character last week, but I don't remember who it was. Can you remind me who your character was? Alright, we're gonna head back down to the second floor. I ate ice cream right before the stream too, so that helped a lot with the pain. Like I would take a painkiller and then eat some ice cream right afterwards. So by the time, because the coldness from the ice cream helps my throat, and then by the time the ice cream wears off, like the painkiller has kicked in, so there's less pain. Interesting. I need to cast Doom Epic again because we've explored a new area, but we haven't actually checked our map since then. So that's another one of the things about Doom Epic, is that it doesn't update automatically unless you cast the spell. Because we explored over in this section already. We explored all of this, and then I can't remember which of these doors we explored, so now I'm going to cast Doom Epic. Cast the spell. Oh, you weren't here last week. You had something to do. If you want to create a character, let me know. 1 second. I will put the information on the screen for you. That's the information on how to create characters. I'll leave it up for a minute. If you want to create a character, just let me know, and I'll create them when we get back to town. All right, we're gonna cast Doom Epic here. Okay, so here's what we know. This is the passage that we already explored. It leads to a dead end. There's a middle door that we have not explored yet, and then there's a left side of the passage. So let's check this middle door first, because I have a feeling it's also going to lead to a dead end. Oh, more priests. We have to be very careful about these priests. I think these are some of the most dangerous enemies. Just because if they high roll, if they cast Badios and they high roll, they can deal 8 damage, which is like almost half of our fighters' HP. So they can almost two-shot our fighters. Still don't have any great information on them. And they have armor and shields as well. So they're almost as tanky as like enemy fighters, but then they can cast spells which damage us pretty significantly. Oh god, yeah, that was the 8 damage hit right there. Mavtato just took 8 damage from a single shot. The enemy quality just like went up immediately. Alright, we're gonna try to... You know what we can do? We could either Dilto them. Yeah, I'm gonna Dilto them. This is gonna make them easier to hit. The good thing about Dilto is that it can't be resisted. Like, there's spells that can be resisted and spells that can't be resisted. And spells that can't be resisted are pretty useful, even if they just do utility things, because it just means like there's no chance of wasting your cast. And we'll always debuff their armor, which means like we're always going to get that 10% accuracy bonus on all of our attacks for the rest of the battle. As opposed to like trying to cast sleep, and if all of the enemies resist the sleep, then the cast did nothing. Man, they give a lot of experience. This is a really good area for training. You want to do like a basic elf mage? Okay, we can try that. Alright, unfortunately, because we took so much damage, we're going to have to head back to town again. This is good training, though. Just going in there, fighting one group of those super priests. I think, did Silvara just level up? Because if Silvara leveled up, she's getting very close to the point where we can reclass her into a fighter. And that's going to make exploration so much better. We will be able to bring Silvara and Ulrich with us on encounters. Ooh, this is going to be not a too bad encounter. I think our group is fairly strong. And we surprise the enemies too, that makes a huge difference. Yeah, we have a few basic fighters, that's true as well. We don't have any AoE yet, so I'm just gonna unload with like our... No, hold on a second. Silvara needs to save her healing spells. But Filru can just like unload with her Halito, just to get some extra damage out. Even Halito, I'm pretty sure enemies can resist Halito. Ooh, Pizza got a kill there. Mavtato got a kill. I think Mavtato getting kills is not that unexpected. With 18 strength, they have +3 hit and +3 damage. Yeah, like even Halito, enemies can resist that. So even though it's supposed to do 1 to 8 damage, sometimes it just deals 0 damage if the enemy resists it. You have to be careful about that. Okay, that is another 1200 experience. Yeah, so those enemy priests give a lot more experience. Especially because there was less of them and they gave more experience. Alright. Let's start casting Dios. So I want to heal her back to full, just because she's about to level up. Mavtato, I would like to get back to full as well. It might be difficult, because their health is a little bit low. We only have a few Dios casts. Alright, we may actually manage to do it. This means Aurelius and Pizza are going to have to rest at the inn. Either that or we just go back. So what I would normally do on like older versions of the game, I would just go back into the dungeon, cast all my healing spells, come back out, rest, go back into the dungeon, cast all my healing spells, etc., etc. Okay, so it looks like between leveling up our best characters and training new characters, people actually pretty strongly prefer... I'm going to end the poll now. People actually pretty strongly prefer leveling up our best characters rather than like continually introducing new characters. I'm still going to make a character for Vivi just because they showed up, but we're probably not going to train them right away. I think I have an idea of what I could do, though, to make Vivi a little bit more useful. If you're okay with being a wizard, you could have like a more active role in the party. Because wizard, we actually need a wizard for identifying magic items and stuff like that. Alright, so Mavtato got 3 spells. Halito, Magreth, and Catino. They got 3 spell points. They lost a little bit of agility, not that big of a deal. Their luck went up to 17, that's good. Agility, vitality to 15 is really good. 1 more point, and they're going to get an HP bonus. And then also they got a lot of HP anyway. Samurai tend to have pretty high HP because they have an extra hit die that they roll. Alright, let's rest these characters. Alright, Silvara's going to level up. This is probably the most important level up for Silvara. She got Milwa, okay. I think Milwa is a party protection spell, which is pretty good. Unfortunately, her strength went down. It doesn't matter too much, because if we reclass her, her strength is going to go back to basic level anyway. So her strength score actually doesn't... No, actually her strength score matters a lot. Because we need her to reach 11 strength so that we can reclass her. I'm pretty sure we started her at 11 strength. We got very unlucky. She lost strength twice. She might not be able to do the multi-class build that I wanted to do with her, just because her strength keeps falling. I'm going to have to look at Ulrich. Yeti Man's just over here doing okay. He's doing fine. Alright, we should have... We might have room for 1 more character. No, we have to delete 1 character. Who would I delete? That's the question. I mean, kind of Burrito's kind of the obvious choice because they technically already died. We're just kind of waiting to see if we can cure their paralysis. But at the same time, keeping Burrito around is kind of cool for that reason. Let's see if there's any characters that that I think don't have any long-term potential. I mean, Splarfist we have basically never used before. He has pretty average stats. He doesn't have any great useful spells. Pen is like not much better. If I was gonna bring Vivi, if I was gonna add Vivi to the party, I would probably bring them. I would probably introduce them as a bishop. It's called bishop in this game, not wizard. But we already have Greg and Poyo. Who was I looking at? Splarfus. Yeah, Splarfus. Okay, so if we're thinking about an elf mage, they would have overlap with Pen. So let's do this. I think we need to start trimming down the number of mages we have. So like Splarfus and Filru have overlap. They're both human mages, but Filru is just better. So I'm just going to get rid of Splarfus. Splarfus is going to go on his way. Then what I'm going to do is create Vivi. So first thing we're going to do elf, mage. We're going to roll our attribute points. 10 points, that's pretty good. We definitely need this. Then we need to think about what other stats we would want her to have. Agility is very important on mages. Can we get it up to 16? We can. Interesting. Other than that, I would just level up Vitality to make sure that it doesn't drop too low. This is actually a pretty decent build. So we would go like this. We're going to look at our portraits. I can't remember what's the first one that we haven't used. I don't think we've used this one yet. So what I'm going to do now is compare Vivi with... why did I make them a thief? I swear I made them a mage. Am I crazy, or did I not just make them a mage? Hold on a second. I'm going to remake her. That's the second time I've done that. I don't know if I'm going crazy here or what. Oh god, we just rolled 19 points. Okay. Well, that happened. Okay, let's try to run a similar build to what we did before. Okay, so this is what we had before, and then we have 9 extra points to add on top of that. So we could do either 6 points into luck, which would improve our saving throws. We could increase agility even higher, which I do like doing. What are the bases for elves? Honestly, she could make a pretty good multi-class into thief. In which case we would want intellect to be high in order to learn spells. Something like this. Max agility. You want max agility on your mages so they can just like blast the field apart. In that case, let's do this. Yeah, good HP. Okay, I'm not crazy here. I have mage selected. I go to neutral. And do Vivi. That's the second time I created a character in the wrong class. 19's not that unlikely, by the way. 19 bonus points happens about 10% of the time. So typically, most characters have like around, I think it's between 7 and 10 bonus points. It's either 7 and 10 or like 6 and 9, something like that. Something in like the 7 to 10 range. And then around 10% of the time you get characters who have like 19 bonus points, like 17, 19, 20 bonus points. And then less than 1% of the time you get these very rare characters who have like 29 bonus points. Alright, let's look at Silvara again. So I have some problems with Silvara in the long term. Unfortunately, she dropped her strength stat. We needed her to increase it. Excuse me, not drop it. This is really going to hurt her long-term viability. On the other hand, if you look at Ulrich, he actually has the 11 strength that he needs to reclass into a fighter already. So all we need to do is just level him up to the point where he's like... I love water so much, guys. It's delicious. We just need to level up Ulrich to the point where he's got all the spells that we want him to have before we reclass him into a frontliner. Alright, so let's go back to delete. We're going to sort by class. Okay, so Vivi should be in with the mages now. Yes. Okay, so now I want to compare her against like Pen and Filru. So Filru's already trained, so we're definitely not going to kick Filru out right now. So the question is between Pen and Vivi, which one is better? I think Vivi is pretty unquestionably better, just because she rolled the 19 stat points. So this might be the time to cut Pen and replace them with Vivi. This is just going to leave like more space in the army. It's not holding anything valuable. Okay. So the next thing I want to do is... We could also cut some of our extra fighters, maybe, but the thing is we're always going to need fighters. Like, if any of our fighters go down, we need to replace them anyway. You guys like water too. Chris likes water. Mirror Fanboy likes water. I don't know why I just love... I didn't really like it that much when I was younger either. Oh, by the way, I'm going to get rid of this. There you go. Yeah, it's one of those things that I started to like more when I got older. Alright, so I need to get Silvara out of the party. I'm going to add Backseat Greg. And we're going to go into the maze. Now this is exciting. This is Backseat Greg's first time ever identifying an item. So when you try to identify an item, there is a small chance that you become paralyzed with fear. So there's a small chance, and I've been waiting for this because this is so exciting for me. There's a small chance that the very first time we ever ask Backseat Greg to do anything, he might actually just like retire from adventuring permanently. So it's time to see. So we need to go to Yeti Man first. Yeti Man has the item that we want. We're going to give this to Greg. So Greg now has the shield. Greg is going to go to the magic shield, hopefully magic shield, and he's going to do the identify command, and we're going to see what happens. It's just a regular small shield. No special properties. That's not too exciting. But that was our first ever item that we ever identified. I think the chance of getting paralyzed with fear is very small. It's like a 1% chance or something. So it wasn't that likely to happen, but I think it would have been amazing if it did. Alright, so we'll go to Greg's inventory. We'll sell the shield that we picked up. He basically just made 10 gold for us. That's all he did. Which is fine, but, you know, we make a lot more gold winning encounters. When we get to more difficult encounters, we're going to get more valuable items, and that's when Greg will start to be useful, because if he can identify an item that's worth like 2,000 gold, that is massive, because otherwise you have to pay 2,000 gold to identify it. Alright, so we're going to get Greg back out of the party. Let's bring Vivi and Ulrich this time. And I do consider this to be part of what people voted for, which is raising up our good characters. Because Vivi is a high stat point character, and she can reclass into a thief later, I think getting like a level onto her quickly would help a lot. You're all for retiring Backseat Greg. You specifically introduced Reg in order to replace him. So the thing is, Reg is more of like an actual like combatant. Like Reg can actually go into the dungeon and fight and help with exploration. The only thing Greg can do is identify items, and actually Reg can't identify items, so he's not actually a good replacement for Greg for his main niche. All right, let's go back in here. We're gonna check this way. So this is probably a dead end as well. It's not. Okay. And there's 3 weird humanoids. Okay, we have not seen these before. Now, these look undead to me. They're just shadows, but I'm guessing they're undead. I'm gonna have Yeti Man. Yeah, okay, they're zombies. It didn't... I missed who got the credit for that. Somebody got credit for identifying those zombies. Alright. I'm going to have... Oh, by the way, check this out. Mavtato now has spells. They have Halito, Magreth, and Catino. Magreth, they can actually cast in order to buff their armor class. It's the same as the other spell we were talking about. So Mavtato is now a frontliner who can buff their own armor every turn if we get into like a tough encounter, which is pretty cool. Alright, so I'm going to go for... Dispel is not available. Oh, sorry, Ulrich is the one who dispels. Yeah, okay, so Yeti Man can hide. Ulrich can dispel. And Vivi can just parry for now. Mavtato missed. Pizza got a nice kill. Ulrich got a single dispel. Ulrich is really deadly with those dispels. It should just be level based, but it seems like he succeeds a lot. Alright, we should be able to take out these zombies pretty easily. Yeah, Reg can't ID items, so mages can't, wizards and bishops can. That's the difference between mages and wizards or bishops. Alright, so Yeti Man, we're going to do an inspection. We're getting a lot of no traps, which kind of scares me because it always makes me think there actually is a trap. So I want to see how close Vivi got to a level up from one encounter. Not actually that close. It seems like zombies don't give a lot of experience. We'll have to keep that in mind. Ooh, there's a statuette of a bear on a small pedestal. Behind it is a sign reading, "I've got 1,000,000 of them." We got a bear statue. Interesting. We do have that. It's in our key items now. So that is a real item. It has some kind of purpose, some kind of function. Oh, I think I was feeling a little bit down about Aurelius too. I might see about replacing Aurelius when we get back to town. Alright, I think we have not explored this door yet. Ooh, this should be a lone wizard. Now, in the original Apple II version of the game, spell resistance gave a very big modifier to experience. So enemies that have magic resist usually gave a lot of experience as a result. I'm not sure if that still applies in this version of the game. Ooh, I'm worried about this. It's a mage, but we're not able to hit him with melee attacks. Okay, we got him. Never mind. 475. Alright, I don't think we've explored this passage yet, so I'm going to start exploring this way. I'm guessing the bear statue can open this door. I'm going to wait on that. I'm not going to open that door yet. Whether we can or not. Okay, it's another level 1 mage. Part of me wants to get into another fight with another group of priests so we can get some good experience. Part of me realizes that that's actually a very bad idea because they will probably kill somebody. Especially Vivi with her HP being so low. Nice one shot. That was pizza. Ooh, another chest. It's a stunner. This is tricky. We have an 87% chance to disarm the stunner, 13% chance for Pizza Man to go down. Or Yeti Man, sorry. Looks like we got it. Now, we've been here before. No, we haven't, sorry. I was confusing this with another area. Let's cast Doom Epic. In fact, I don't think we can. No, we don't have Doom Epic yet. Hold on, we need to go back. We need to backtrack before I get lost. I can't afford to get lost right now because we don't have a Doom Epic user with us. Yeah, this should be the way back. 6 slimes and 6 zombies. Now, these are different from the slimes on the previous floor, so we have to be a little bit wary here. And they surprised us. That's not good. The only good thing about these types of enemies is typically with groups of like physical attackers, you're going to block most of their attacks. I actually forgot that we didn't bring, that Vivi wouldn't have Doom Epic. That makes her a little bit harder to train just because we can't make progress while training her. Alright, let's focus on the zombies because we know we can one-shot them pretty comfortably. Try to get information on the slimes while we're here. And do some dispelling. Vivi has pretty high intelligence, so she should be able to get information on the slimes. Alright, I'm waiting for a big dispel from Ulrich. Oh, nice. 3-shot. That was exactly what I wanted. Ulrich dispels 3 zombies, sending them back to the abyss. Ooh. Oh, they're poisoning us. That's not good. Creeping cruds. Oh, that's gross. If you think about what that really means. Alright, I'm gonna try to dispel the remaining zombies. Let's just blast with Halito here. I think that's the way to go. See, I did not know that they could poison us. It's been way too long since I played Wizardry 1. If we can't get back to the surface quickly enough, Aurelius might be down here. Alright, we got another dispel. Pizza's poisoned as well now too. This is bad. We might need to get somebody in the party with like a poison cure. I don't think Ulrich has it yet. In fact, I'm pretty sure poison cure is like a level 4 spell. So we're nowhere near that. Okay, these slimes actually do give good experience, unlike the slimes on the previous floor. So that is one good thing. Mavtato just got paralyzed. Oh god, I didn't even see that happen. That also pushes Yeti Man into the front row. I knew that the encounters on the second floor were more dangerous. I was not taking this as seriously as I should have. Now we've got multiple poisoned characters. We have one paralyzed character. I will say Mavtato is worth using... Oh god. Mavtato is worth using gold to cure the paralysis, maybe? I'm not sure. In fact, let's make a poll. Oh my god, our party is getting destroyed. Oh, no, not a Q&A. Yes or no? Alright, so it'll probably cost a few hundred gold. This is the floor where you first wiped. Yeah, there's a big power spike here. Not only do we have those priests who deal 1-day damage, but these enemies who can just spam you with status effects, they can take out multiple party members. Like Yeti Man just got paralyzed as well. He was essentially our main thief. Now he's just gone. unless we pay to revive, to cure the paralysis. And like we're not even guaranteed to get out of this encounter. Like we're in pretty bad shape here. The good thing is if we wipe, I'll be able to show off the mechanic where we can go back, where you have to go back into, where you have to send it in like a backup party. Oh god, Ulrich just got paralyzed too. We should have been focusing on the zombies. We should have. I was so worried about the slimes, and I thought I was going to be able to dispel them. We should have been focusing our attacks on the zombies. They go down so easily. All we needed to do was just stop them from paralyzing our characters. I'm going to laugh if Vivi is the only one who makes it back alive. Problem is, we need Aurelius to put in some serious work here. If we're going to make it out of here alive. Nice. Nice. Dude, if Vivi makes it out of here, that's like a legendary first quest. No, no. Okay, Aurelius is going down. Vivi is actually our only character who's like completely untouched right now. Alright, we gotta run. We have to run out of here. All of our characters are paralyzed or poisoned. I'm pretty sure Ulrich cannot even cast healing spells right now. He cannot. Yeah, he can't even cast healing spells. Oh god. I think Aurelius is about to die. I think we can get out of here without wiping. As long as we don't run into any random encounters. If we run into a random encounter, we're pretty much done for here. I don't think Pizza will make it back either. I think Vivi will make it back. As long as we don't run into any random encounters. Pizza might actually survive. Pizza might survive here. Yeti Man just went down. Aurelius went down. Ulrich we can cure. Mavtato we can cure. And if we're doing that, let's go ahead and cure Burrito as well. It looks like based on the polling, people are fine with us using money to cure paralysis. So it might be time for me to change my opinion on curing paralysis, because this is going to be rough if every time a character gets paralyzed we have to retire them, considering the fact that the enemies can spam paralysis on us like they just did. Alright, so let me just, I'm going to empty out the inventories of the characters who are currently either dead or paralyzed. Pizza's inventory is already full. Okay. Vivi should be able to hold a lot of stuff because mages typically don't really have anything. Hold on a second. Aurelius's armor is worth more. Okay, Vivi's inventory is full. So we got a couple of things that are not really that valuable. They're not worth like wasting our time shuffling around our inventories. Okay. Let's take stock of what just happened. Yeti Man just died. Aurelius just died. Honestly, if we're getting back Burrito, I'm fine with that. Aurelius wasn't really the strongest character anyway. And Yeti Man was like not as good as Burrito. Ulrich and Mavtato are both paralyzed. We should be able to cure them. So let me start with that. So Burrito will cost 300. Ulrich will cost 400. So it seems like it's exactly 100 per level. So we do Ulrich first. I definitely want Ulrich back. Mavtato. I want Mavtato back. And then I think we should cure Burrito as well. Yetiman and Aurelius, I'm fine with letting them go. I don't want to pay 1,000 gold to resurrect. And then also, resurrection has a chance of failure. So imagine paying 1,000 gold for just a chance to resurrect a mediocre thief, and then he just gets turned to ashes anyway. It's just not worth that, in my opinion. So we're going to remove Yetiman and Aurelius from the party. We're going to go to the training grounds. We're going to delete them. RIP to Yetiman. Mirror Fanboy says that was intense. RIP Aurelius and Yetiman. Reg says we got bailed out of a TPK last week, but this week is definitely different. Yeah, this could have been a TPK easily. Vivi, I could have easily seen a variant where Vivi was the only person who made it back alive. It looks like the pizza and burrito combo will be back. It seems like you missed absolute chaos. Alright, so Yetiman is RIP. Aurelius is RIP. That means we're going to need a replacement fighter. We have a couple of backup fighters already, though, so I'm not too worried about that. That's why I said before I didn't want to delete any fighters, because I knew we were going to need more at some point in time anyway. Alright, let's rest. And then level up. Wow, Pizza just got 14 HP. That's awesome. Their agility is getting close to 16 as well. What race is Pizza? A gnome, maybe? Oops, I didn't mean to do that, but it's fine. Alright, Vivi's gonna get their first level up. All stat ups, which is great. They got Mogrif and Dumapic. Dumapic is great. We need Dumapic. I wonder how close she is to her next level up. Alright, Ulrich needs to rest to get his spell slots back. Mavtato should be fine. They don't need any more rest. Alright. So now Vivi can also cast the Dumapic if we need them to. Alright, let's make a party to fight Murphy's Ghost. I think it's time. I think that for me that's a sign that it's time to fight Murphy's Ghost. Let's sort by level. I think that's smart. Alright, so our highest level characters are Pizza, Silvara, Chris, Passamon, Ulrich, Mavtato, Filru. Alright, so Burrito. I think we should bring Burrito with us for sure. And especially because they're also ready to level up. Alright, so we're going to want... oh yeah, okay, hold on a second. This is important, this is very important. Pizza just reached level 5. Level 5 is when you get your multi-attack, which means Pizza can attack twice per turn now. We are definitely bringing Pizza with us. And yes, they are a gnome fighter. So we're going to bring Pizza. Pizza is currently our only multi-attacker. Next up, we need 2 more fighters or 2 more frontliners. So the options are Chris, Passamon, and Mavtato. In the long run, raising Mavtato is pretty good because Samurai is a pretty good class. If we look at like the super long term though, I think making our own like mage reclass into fighter is better than a Samurai. I tend to prefer that. But let's look at how many kills they each have because they're all level 4, right? Chris, Passamon, and Mavtato are all level 4. It looks like Mavtato has by far the most kills, which kind of speaks to like their quality. It seems like Mavtato is the strongest of these 3 characters. And then between Chris and Passamon, I would say they're pretty equal. So what do we value more? I mean, Passamon just has... Chris straight up just has better stats. They have the 12 luck benchmark, they have max of strength and max vitality. Okay, so next we need to think about our back line. So, where's Ulrich? So, Silvara versus Ulrich. The thing I like about Ulrich is that the more we train him, the closer he gets to reclassing into a fighter. Silvara, I don't think she's going to be able to reclass into a fighter. Ulrich can definitely reclass into a fighter. So I want to bring Ulrich. Next up, between our mages... Well, first of all, Burrito, definitely we're bringing. And then between our mages, we have to think about whether we want to bring a mage who's going to have a high impact on the fight, or bring a mage who we want to train and level up. Because we saw that Murphy's Ghost is going to give us a lot of experience. So it's really a question, I think, between Filru, Reg, and Vivi. They definitely all fill different spots, especially because they're different races. They have like different long-term viabilities. I'm going to go with Reg. I think I value training Reg a little bit more. And then we'll level up Burrito while we're here. That's actually kind of bad. Dropping from 17 to 16 agility is a pretty big deal. Not the end of the world, but it's definitely something. Mirror Fanboy says, do my pick. Where's Alm? You mean from Fire Emblem Shadows of Valencia? The completely original game. Chris says training project. Yeah, so I think either Vivi or Reg is going to be our training project. I haven't figured out which one yet. If Vivi was already level 3, I would feel more comfortable bringing them right now. But we need a mage who's at least level 3 for this encounter. So I don't want to bring Vivi just to train her. And we can train Reg while we're here too. We're kind of training both of them. I just noticed Maptato does not have any gear equipped. Nor does Burrito. That's bad. In fact, neither does Ulrich. Okay, Ulrich... sorry, Pizza's holding some gear that they can pass over. To Ulrich, at least. We're probably going to have to go back to town really quick and re-equip our characters. Yeah, hold on. That was a oopsie moment for me. Oh! Interesting, we got ambushed just from breaking camp. I didn't know that could happen. Alright, Kobolds we can pretty much just spam down. Although, funny enough, since Maptato doesn't have a weapon, they're not going to be that strong. I think we just hit our first multi-attack with Pizza. How much did that deal? Was that 27 damage? If so, that's very high. I'm looking at the replay right now. 16 damage, yeah, they hit twice for 8 damage per hit. That's actually like max damage. Alright, hold on. If you hear a clicking sound, by the way, that's my thumb hitting the keyboard. Okay, how do we get out of here? Okay, here we go. So we hug this wall. I'm finding out how to navigate the dark area, which is pretty funny. Now, this should immediately take us back to town. I can't believe I just made a complete mistake of walking into the dungeon with half of my characters having no items equipped. Is there a way for me to trade items between my characters without having to, like, add and remove everyone from the party? Probably not. Alright, so let's do this. Take out Burrito and Reg. We're gonna add, I think Vivi's holding most of the items. Yeah, Vivi was holding all the items. Okay. So we're gonna go back into the maze. Now we have to shuffle around some items. Okay, Vivi. You're going to give Maptato the helm, breastplate, large shield. We'll give the other ones to Pizza. They don't actually need them, but they are the most likely character to come back alive, I would say at this point. At this point, Pizza is basically unkillable. I'm pretty sure Pizza was with us every single time we had like a potential party wipe, and they made it back every single time. If I'm not mistaken, I'd have to look at the last week's archive, but I'm fairly certain that Pizza has been with us every single time we had an almost party wipe. All right, so we're gonna go back. We're gonna do Burrito. We're gonna do Reg. I'm gonna go to the store. We have to buy items for Burrito because he doesn't have anything. Interesting, they're selling +1 items. Okay. He needs a short sword. Yes. He needs... I think regular leather armor's fine for now. I'm not paying for +1 armor when I can potentially just pick it up on the ground later. Interesting. We can buy some antidotes. That might be worth it, honestly. Because this could potentially save somebody's life. If we get into another, like, everybody is poisoned situation. And Ulrich's not going to get Latimorphis, the poison curing spell. I'm pretty sure until level 7 or higher. It might even be higher before he gets it. So we're still a ways off from being able to cure poison with magic. I'm going to have Burrito carry 1 antidote with him, just in case of, like, rogue poison that we're not expecting. Alright, now we're going to go back. Now we're going to fight Murphy's Ghost. Hello, Miku Lovely. Thank you for stopping by today. I'm pretty sure I know you in real life, if I'm not mistaken. Have not talked recently. Don't dox me, bro. Thanks for stopping by, though. Okay, Mavtato needs to equip some armor. Yeah, Burrito's turning out pretty strong. Let me make sure all my characters are equipped now. We accidentally went in last time with none of our characters having any well, half of our characters having no weapons or armor equipped, which is pretty funny. I don't know if YouTube just recommended you the stream or if you were looking at my channel. I must have showed it to you a long time ago, yeah. I must have shown you my channel a long time ago. Oh, we got surprised. If you want me to create a character for you, I will. Next time we go back to town. We just had multiple characters die, so there's several empty spaces. Alright, we're gonna have Ulrich use his awesome Dispelling ability. Nice. It seems like when you use Dispel multiple times, it stops working as well. Oh, Chris got hit. I wanted to not take any damage before we fight the boss, but we'll have to deal with it. The characters are you have to pick human, elf, dwarf, gnome, or halfling, and then the classes are basically just like fighter, mage, priest, thief. It's just like classic fantasy stuff. Okay. So this should be the secret door. Go through here. This is going to lead to a teleporter. I'll show you this too. This is pretty cool. If you look behind us, you can see that's the passage we just came from. When you walk to the end of this path, it sends you through a teleporter into this room full of doors. Alright. This should be Murphy's Ghost. Elf Thief. Alright, we can do that. So we got attacked by 2 of them again. I'm going to try to run away. I'm going to try to get an encounter where we only have to fight 1 of them. Oh, they surprised us. Do they always surprise us? Pizza's already getting hit too. Alright, I'm going to try to run away. I would like to know if they always surprise us. I also want to know if there's always 2 of them, or if sometimes there's only 1 of them, because I thought the first time we fought them, it was just 1. You could see this Scooby-Doo runaway animation as well. Alright, let's try this again. No, it's 2 again. Alright, let's see if we can defeat 2 at once then. Maybe it's always 2. Alright, I'm just going to open up on attacking. Pizza has multi-attack. Mavtato has good accuracy. Chris has good accuracy. I don't feel like Ulrich is going to be able to dispel them. It just seems like their level's too high. So it's probably better to just cast strong spells. Like Matu. That's going to buff the armor of our party. Burrito's not really a good attacker, so I'm just going to have them inspect the enemies. And then Reg has Dilto, which can also make these enemies easier to hit. So let's start with that. Alright, we're actually landing attacks. That's good. A measly 9 damage, but that's something. The problem is, like, if we defeat one of them and then run away, I'm pretty sure we don't get experience. So, like, we have to beat both of them. I'm pretty sure we can cast Matu again. We can just keep stacking it. I don't want Porfic. Yeah, I want Kalki. And then I guess the only thing Reg can do now is just spam Helito. Try to get some damage on these things. Yeah, see, if Pizza's multi-attacking and we're still not landing attacks, that's not great. It means our chance of hitting is pretty low. And I don't know how much regen they're getting. Oh, they're recovering 1 HP per turn. Okay, that's not that bad. Let's make sure we keep focusing on the one on the back. The one that's injured. I'm just going to spam Badios then. And Helito. If we can kill one of them, I'm pretty sure we can kill two. We need to use our spells to damage them though, and that's not great. Alright, we got Pizza hit 1 time for 7 damage. Yeah, they're resisting Badios, so we shouldn't waste casts on Badios. Oh, I thought they were healing for 11. I realize now they're each healing for 1, so I'm seeing like +1 and +1 stacked on top of each other. Alright, we got one of them down to about half HP. It's not terrible. I'm going to cast another Kalki. I think this is smarter. And we've got one more Helito left. Might as well cast it. After this is just going to be about whether our physical attacks can hit or not. He resisted the Helito. Yeah, they have too much spell resistance, which is probably also why they give good experience. Alright, focus on the one that's injured. The only thing our other characters can do now is just to try to inspect the enemies. Ooh, nice. Pizza got 2 hits for 17 total damage. That's the power of multi-attack right there. Especially because every hit deals an extra +3 damage. So if he hits twice, that's already 6 damage minimum. Ooh, Chris got a nice hit for 9 damage. Alright, we can definitely take at least one of them out. If we can take one out, I'm sure we can take the other one. The problem is now we're basically out of spells. Okay, Pizza just got another multi-hit for 11. We're basically out of spells now, so we just have to spam physical attacks and just hope we can like break through their defense. Yeah, both sides are like chipping each other down. We have less health, but they deal less damage. Alright, I think if we get one more solid hit on this guy, we can take him out. Problem is they're blocking a lot of attacks. Okay, I think we got one. Chris just got the kill. Alright, now here's the scary part. The other one, we can't debuff because we don't have any more Dilto casts, which means our hit rate is going to be 10% lower, which is going to make a difference. This is a fight where we're not really landing very many attacks. I'm going to try casting Manifo. I don't know if he resists it or not, but there's a chance we might be able to turn him to stone. If we can turn him to stone, then we can just like spam him with attacks, with double damage attacks while he's petrified. And he won't be able to attack us for several turns. Hopefully. It lasts for several turns. Okay, we're at least landing attacks. That's good. Okay, Manifo didn't work. I mean, we have nothing better to do, so we might as well just, excuse me, try to cast it again. Burrito's hidden, which is good. They only get 1 attack per turn. It looks like they can have anywhere between 20 HP and 110 HP, which is a pretty wide range. Imagine if they only had 20 HP. Like if we got the ultimate low roll, that would be the easiest one to take down. If we can get a +1 sword for Pizza, combined with their multi-attack, I think that would go a long way. Yeah, unfortunately, we could not get the Manifo to work. I can try to dispel him. I don't think a dispel is going to work against an enemy this high level. He should count as a level 10 enemy. And Ulrich is only a level 4 priest. Miku says they don't feel like Burrito is pulling their weight. So, Burrito is a thief, and the reason we need them with us is to identify treasure chests after combat. So if we didn't have Burrito with us, after we defeated this enemy, we wouldn't be able to get any treasure, because there would just be like a treasure chest on the ground. We wouldn't be able to open it. We wouldn't be able to disarm any traps. So even though Burrito doesn't really help in combat very much, that you kind of like have to have him in the party. One of the ways we're trying to get around this is we're training mages to learn like utility spells, like for mapping out the dungeon, and hopefully AoE attacks for like killing groups of enemies and putting enemies to sleep, things like that. If we can train a mage who has like all of the good utility spells, we can reclass them into a thief, and then when that happens, we'll be able to bring along a thief with us who does more in combat, who actually helps out with exploration and things like that. But for right now, Burrito can't really do very much. He's eventually going to get replaced with a multi-class thief later on, probably, if we can train a good one. Alright, at this point all we can do is spam attack and hope for the best. While I do that, everyone who's still here, especially the lurkers, tell me what is the first RPG that you ever played? For me, if I can remember correctly, I mean, if you count, like, Zelda, it was probably Zelda. If you don't count Zelda, what would it have been? Probably would have been something on the Sega Genesis, which is kind of makes me sound very old. I'm not that young, but... yeah, Burrito gets a pass. And he's pretty safe, too, like, even though his health isn't very high. So mostly Pizza, Mavtato, and Chris in the front line will take all of the attacks. It's actually very hard to hit the enemies, hit our characters who are in the back row. But some enemies can hit them. Alright. We just gotta spam attacks for like 5 more turns and we should be able to take him down. We're on 22 rounds of combat now. Nowhere near as bad as Pokemon. 100 turns of stall. Fluffy says their first was Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals. Oh, that is a great game. That is a fantastic game. I actually thought about streaming that one, too. That was like on my list of games I was considering streaming. Your first gain experience in Level Up RPG was Pokemon Red and Blue. After that, you think it was probably Final Fantasy Tactics. Also, very good games. I definitely want to do another Pokemon stream at some point. I don't know what I will do. Final Fantasy Tactics would be really fun. Ooh, okay, we're really close now. We just need to land one more solid hit. I talked about FFTA as well. I made video guides on FFTA. But I don't think FFTA is very fun to stream. I think Final Fantasy Tactics would be more fun than FFTA. They have slight differences. that I think would make like the original tactics better. Okay, I think Pizza got the kill. Nice kill shot. All right. So now we get to see the value of Burrito, assuming these things drop a treasure chest. If they don't drop a treasure chest, then we actually didn't need Burrito. 8,900 experience. Beautiful. Everybody got a pretty big chunk, and there was no treasure chest, so we actually don't need to bring Burrito with us. Well, that's good to know. So the only reason to bring Burrito to the Murphy's Ghost battle is if we're trying to get experience for them. Okay, now we have to find our way out of here with no spell slots. I think I can find my way out, though. Oops. I just bumped into a wall repeatedly until a bunch of kobolds ambushed me. Dragon Quest IX, which you didn't actually like that much at the first play, and then Dragon Quest VI after that, was where you become an actual fan of the genre. Really? That's actually very surprising to me, because Dragon Quest IX is a pretty recent... I mean, it's a relatively recent game, which means you weren't really very much into RPGs until pretty recently. Crisis says their first one was Persona 3 Portable, when you got a PSP. I'm actually playing that game myself. It's like one of the games that I play off stream. Alright, so if we go through here, go this way, this should lead to the elevator. I think. Where the heck am I? Yeah, okay. And then if I go here and hug this wall... Yeah, I actually know how to find my way back out of the dark zone. Mirror Fanboy says the first RPG they played was Pokemon Yellow. The first Dungeons and Dragons style game was Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. And the first fantasy RPG you ever played was Baldur's Gate 1. It's kind of funny that I've played every single game that you guys have mentioned so far. I've played a lot. Apparently I've played a lot of video games. I don't think of myself as somebody who's played a lot of video games, but I've actually played every game that's been mentioned so far. Alright, so we hug this wall. We're gonna bump into a wall here. Go around the corner. And then open this door. This should lead us back to town. Reg says, Ellery, I don't know how to break this to you, but Dragon Quest IX is more than 15 years old. Yeah, I was thinking it was a 3DS game, but I just remembered it's a DS game. And in fact, I know it's a DS game because I was complaining about how slow it is. Almost every single RPG on the DS runs insanely slow. Like, they all have super long combat animations and no way to skip combat animations. I have no idea why. It's just like the design of the time, I guess. They just decided, like, we just want our games to run as slow as possible. By the way, the previous mage that we had with us, I was talking about how they only had 6 HP, which was very low for a level 3 character. I just noticed that Reg only has 5 HP as a level 3 character, which is extremely low. Alright, time to get our level ups. First up is Mavtato. This should be a good one. We're going to get some spells. Dumapic, that's awesome. So we got extra casts of Dumapic now just by bringing Mavtato with us. So this is really good. This is one of the reasons why samurais are good, is because you just get extra Dumapic casts from bringing along a character that you would already bring anyway. In fact, this is a very solid level up. Increasing to 16 vitality means they have a +1 HP bonus, and increasing to 18 luck also gives them a +3 saving throw bonus. So they've just got basically 3 major upgrades. Chris needs to rest before they level up, so they start at full HP. In fact, Pizza needs to rest as well. Alright. Chris is going to level up now. 4 HP. I won't complain about that. They've got max strength and max vitality, so really there's nothing to complain about other than their low agility. They do have multi-attack, though. In fact, Pizza, Mavtato, and Chris all have multi-attack now, because they're all level 5 fighters, or samurai. Ulrich time. Okay, this is a big moment of truth for Ulrich, because this is going to be their first time getting level 3 spells. So figuring out which level 3 spell they get is going to be a pretty big deal breaker. Zork doesn't technically count, but it directly led to you playing Muds. Really? Chris, that's very interesting. I'm pretty sure, yeah, in fact, Miku just said so. Miku is also a fan of Zork. What are the odds? I mean, okay, I'm streaming Wizardry 1, which originally came out on the Apple II. So if you were ever going to have like 2 Zork fans show up to the same chat, I would assume it would probably be in a stream like this. But still, I mean, what are the odds of getting 2 Zork fans in the same YouTube chat? That's absolutely crazy. Okay, awesome spell level ups from Ulrich. +6 HP, a ton of spell points. They got Calfo, Dialco, and most importantly, In fact, Dialco and Lomilwa are like the two most important spells for a utility type priest. We're going to take a look at them in a second, but I'm very happy with this level up. Ulrich just exceeded my expectations. All right, burrito time. I really want burrito to get some HP because it's kind of the only thing burrito can really do for us is just get HP. +7, that's fine. I'm very happy with that. They leveled down their agility again, though. That's the second time they got agility down, I'm pretty sure. Because we would have started them at least +16 or +17. Pretty unlucky there. Alright, Reg time. Reg's, this isn't too important of a level up for Reg. Level 5 is the big one. They did get Mogriff and Sopik, which is like fine. So we expanded their spell selection, but not in like a super like pivotal way. Let me go here. I'm gonna check out our new spells. Okay, so we got Sopik, which was, yeah, boosts his own armor class. That's not going to be useful on Reg. Basically, I think Dilto is his only good level 2 spell. Then we've got Ulrich. Okay, so these are the really big ones. Yeah, so Calfo, first of all, very good. This allows you a 95% chance to identify a trapped chest. So if Burrito identifies a chest and I don't think it sounds right, I can just cast Calfo to be like 95% sure that the chest is not trapped, or find out exactly what the trap is. Next is Lomilwa. This one's really important. It basically, you cast this and it keeps a light spell in the dungeon for a very long period of time. I think in the original game it was like 10,000 turns. Like, it basically never runs out. As compared to the original, the tier 1 Milwa only lasts for like 15 turns, very short amount of time. Low Milwa, you can cast it and just leave it for the entire time. Dialco removes sleep, hold, and paralysis. This is very important. This means we can cure our, like if our characters get paralyzed again, we can cure paralysis by just having Ulrich cure them. We don't need to bring them back to town and pay a bunch of money to cure the paralysis. We can just cure our own paralysis. So very, very, very good. Extremely good. With that in mind, let's go ahead and do some more exploration of floor 2. The only 2 people who played Zorkin are still alive. The rest all had heart attacks around 2008. Big Boss says their first was Mario and Luigi Partners in Time. That's a really good one. Let's see. Reg says they actually didn't have good access to RPGs for a while, so that's probably why you didn't really play till Dragon Quest IX, because you had N64 and PS2. PS2 had a pretty good RPG library. Reg had 2 HP on creation. You think your HP actually went down? No, it never goes down. It can, if you get a low roll, it just goes up by like right now. Reg has 8 HP. On the next level up, if he rolled like a 5, it would just go up by 1. So next level, he's either going to have 9 HP or something higher. Which, by the way, with that in mind, a level 4 mage with 8 HP, that means he rolled effectively 2 HP on each level up, which is pretty low. You're glad Ulrich is getting good levels? Yeah, that was a fantastic... I think Ulrich is one of our best characters. Alright, so I'm going to show off Low Milwa first while we're here. So Ulrich, we're going to cast Low Milwa. This is basically... I'd like to think that it means long time Milwa. Apparently it means more light. So low means more, and Milwa means light. So this is going to light up the dungeon for us. The important thing is this is going to make it easier to find secret doors. It's also going to make it easier to identify enemies. And our draw distance is a little bit further, so we can see doors from further away. Like, we can see this door from pretty far away now. And this light spell won't run out for a very long time, so we can spend our time exploring now. We have a high-level party, too. And we have extra Doom Epic casts on Mavtato. We kind of just have, like, everything that we need to do, like, a long-term exploration. I think I want to check... the second door here, which is this one, yes. Okay, I want to see if we've been down this passage before. So we have to cast Do By Pick now. I'm going to have Pizza cast it. No, sorry, Mavtato cast it. Okay, so this is our currently known dungeon layout. So we explored this area already. I knew that. That's why I went past the first door. This leads to a bunch of dead ends that we've already checked out. This is the passage that we haven't really explored too far yet. This is a wraparound. So if we go down this passage, we're going to end up on the other side of the dungeon. This was the room we explored last time. This is where we got like the almost party wipe in this room over here. So I want to go down and check this passage first because we never checked this passage on the way by. So let's do that first. Ooh. Interesting. Alright, let's not go there yet. That looks a little dangerous. Let's go here first. What's in here? Okay, it's not a one-way. Not a one-way. Not a one-way. Okay, we're actually... Whoa. Uh-oh. Okay, this is a tough encounter. 5 priests, 3 rogues. We're outnumbered 8 to 6. And they surprised us. Great. Oh, they're hitting hard too. Okay, the priests are running away. That's good. Actually, a lot of them are running away. Okay, we might not be in as much danger as I thought if they all run away. Alright, let's open up on the priests. I'm actually just going to inspect here. I don't think we're in a lot of danger because the enemies mostly ran away. 7 damage. One time for 5 damage. That's enough for a kill. Alright, we'll do another inspect. Nice. Now we should find a chest, which is going to allow me to finally show what Burrito is capable of doing. Trust me, it's very important to have him around. Ooh, there's a secret door over here. See that? I can see that because of the low mail wasp spell. See this, like the shiny gaps in the doors? Those are a lot easier to see when you have low mail wa active. Alright, let's see what's through here. Ooh, gas clouds. Interesting. I think we fought one of these before. Yeah, we've definitely seen these before. Oh, we got surprised again. I'm actually shocked because you're supposed to be surprised less when you have low Milwa active, and we keep getting surprised anyway. Oh, alright, let's inspect these enemies. Yeah, so enemies, like, sometimes they'll attack you in groups of 8, but then at the start of the battle, like, most of them run away, so then you end up only fighting, like, 1 or 2 enemies anyway. But then sometimes, like, they don't run away, and you're fighting a battle against, like, a small army. Alright. Okay, there's a treasure chest. Okay, so now we can finally do the treasure chest thing. Okay, so if you look at the bottom, you can see our chance to inspect the treasure chest is not very great on most characters. 14, 12, 8, 8, 11. This is the value of Burrito. He has a 90% chance to inspect treasure chests, which means not only do we don't have to waste time or spell points casting Calfo, but we also have a very high chance of investigating the chest. Okay, he thinks there's no trap in there. I'm going to believe him. He's 92% sure. There was no trap. Did we get anything good? 50 gold and no items. That's fine. Another hidden door over here. Let's check it out. All right. Let's see if this is... let's see if we can get a good idea of where we are now. I did the same thing again. It's Mavtato, not pizza. I think it's because I used to have Mavtato in the front slot, and I moved him. All right, this is our current map. Okay, I see actually where we are. If you look down here in the bottom right corner, we're right here. Now this right here was the area where we almost wiped last time. So if we go back through these secret doors, it'll actually take us right back to where we were. So it looks like when we went down this passage here and through this secret door, it actually wraps around to the area that we were already exploring, which is interesting. All right, I'm gonna take a really quick break. I will let you guys study the map. And if you want me to go explore a specific area, we have a lot of resources right now. We have, I think 4 or 5 more times we can cast a Doom Epic. And our party is very strong. I don't think we're going to wipe again. Not with this group. So if you see anything that you want me to explore, let me know. And I will focus on that area when I get back. Okay, I'm back. For those who don't know, if you weren't here, like, if this is like your first time being in one of these streams, I was having problems with my throat, like throat pains, soreness, sickness, stuff like that the last few weeks. That's why I'm taking more breaks than usual, and I'm probably going to do like a shorter stream than usual, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Miku says gas clouds look really cool in the loading art. Yeah, the art for this game is awesome. By the way, I showed this off before. I don't think you've seen this yet, but there's a way that you can show the graphics from the original Apple II version. I'll show it off in a minute. All right, I didn't get any specific requests, so I think I'm just going to continue to head down the passage that I'm already exploring. This might wrap back around. If there's any secret doors here, I'm going to manually check for them. I don't see any signs, but I can manually check for them. Okay, there's no secret doors here. There might be something that connects us back. Okay, creeping creds. These are very dangerous. These are the ones that almost wiped our party last time. The good thing is, Ulrich cannot cure poison. He can cure paralysis, but he cannot cure poison. So we have to be careful about that still. Pizza hit one time for 11 damage. That's a really hard hit. Mavtedo hit one time for 5 damage, okay. Pizza can hit for 11 damage with a single hit? That seems very high. I would expect that on a multi-attack. Alright, if we can kill these things fast enough, we can stop them from poisoning us. That's really good. It kind of reminds me of Final Fantasy 1. In that game, poison is like pretty devastating, unless you just buy antidotes. But if you can't buy antidotes, poison is pretty devastating. And the best way to play around it is just like to kill the enemies really fast before they can poison you. It looks like Reg is ready to level up. That's good to know. We might need to head back soon. Ooh, more gas clouds. I think the gas clouds feel like some of the less dangerous enemies here so far. They don't have an amazing armor class. They only attack once per turn. It doesn't seem like they have any special abilities, and they also tend to run away too. So even if they attack in groups, like we typically only end up fighting a couple of them. In fact, let's inspect while we're here. We need to fill out our information on the maps. Okay, Chris hit 2 times for 21 damage. I love multi-attack. It just gives us so much more damage output. A placard near the ground reads, "A dungeon's dark." Huh? What are you talking about? A placard near the ground reads, "When it's not lit." A placard near the ground reads, "Watch out or you'll..." Okay, I'm not going forward here. That would be absolute stupidity if I kept walking forward there. There's literally signs on the ground telling us the area ahead is going to be dangerous. I'm not going that way. I refuse to do it. You can't make me do it. Yeah, that was a really nice big damage number. Alright, so this is the area where we almost wiped last time, which means this should lead back to the same... Yes, so this is the same connecting area. This is the main passage right here. You'll see I'm going to turn around. This is going to be a bronze door. No, sorry, the bronze door is over there. Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about, but we're in the main passageway right now. So this connects to the other side through a loop. This is the place that I said I wanted to come back and explore later with all the skeletons. See if there's anything in here. Gas clouds. We can definitely get Reg to level 5 when we go back. That's a big deal. Level 5 is one of the big level ups. We've already inspected the gas clouds to the fullest extent. Looks like they have extra actions. I wonder if we can see what those are, like by hovering the mouse maybe or something. No. So we can see what they are, but like I don't know what they are exactly. I don't know what those actually mean. Like what does that special trait actually mean? I don't know. But you know, if I was playing the original version on Apple II, then I wouldn't have any of this information to begin with. So Those multi-attacks are hitting very hard, 17, 18 damage. It just makes these encounters so much easier to win. Imagine if we were chipping them down for like, 3 damage at a time. Okay. This door kind of scares me, I don't know why. Oh, I'll show this off now, by the way. Before I forget. This is something I wanted to show. Okay, so if you're interested in seeing the original Apple II graphics, this is what they look like. This white line base thing, the whole thing was basically just like a black screen with like white lines drawn on top of it. So you would just have, and they just use that to like write text and to show like really basic pictures. Like if this picture up here, this is what the creeping crud is supposed to look like. It's just like a bunch of lines, but I mean you can see it's kind of like the shape of a slime. And then you have your characters, their options. I wonder if these commands still work. Like if I press F, will that do fight? Yes, it does. That's really awesome. So because this remake was built on top of the original code for the Apple II, a lot of these commands actually work. Like if I press the F key, because on the original version you had to press the F key to select the fight command. If I press the F key, which I'm doing right now, that actually causes my characters to use the fight command, which is pretty cool. I think I have all the information. No, I don't have the information, so I'm actually just going to inspect these guys. Yeah, these original sprites are... I like this kind of stuff, honestly. I'm really glad they included this in the game. Like, I still play old school retro games, and it's very cool to see, like, as good as these graphics look, it's also good to see the original. Oh my god. 2 hits for 20 damage. 1 hit for 4 damage, 2 hits for 11. Yeah, so like the difference between like 1 hit for 4 damage and 2 hits for 20 damage. Like that's the difference between a level 4 fighter and a level 5 fighter. Because that multi-attack just, it's like a huge power spike. You love a good spreadsheet. I feel like a lot of times when I play a game, like one of the first things I do, or maybe not the first things I do, but once I start to actually get into the game, one of the big things that I do is make up my own spreadsheet. I just have like a bunch of... If I go into my Google Docs right now, I probably have like 30 spreadsheets in there for just like random different games that I've played. All right, so we're going to do our 90% disarm chance, or inspect chance. He's 92% certain that it is a Blades trap. Okay, well, we're going to go for that. We only have a 76% chance to disarm. That's the tricky part. I think it's because we got leveled down on our agility several times. We used to have a much better chance to disarm the traps. Now it's like 76%, which is not that fantastic. Looks like we got it though. Some bonus gold. Can't complain about that. Alright, I'm going to cast another Doom Epic here. I'm going to do the right character this time. It's Mavtato. Alright, so... yeah, so this long passage here leads to, looks like just a single room. If we go back, it looks like we have a few different connecting passages that lead into this center area. I'm guessing the stairs down are going to be somewhere in here. We have not explored this room yet. I have to go back and check this door. I never checked this one. You can see these doors are alternating. Other than this one, this is like a secret door that connects these two passages, but other than that, you have one door on this side, one door on this side, one door on this side, one door on this side. If you didn't know about these secret doors, you'd have to go back and forth between these two different dungeons. There's also this door here, which is very interesting, because this is where row 0 connects to row 19. So I don't know if that's a secret one-way door that leads here, or if it leads to something up here that we don't know about. But either way, there's definitely a door right here that we can take that leads to something. I think it might just be a one-way door that leads back here, which is like close to the entrance. Maybe... I think I can see how I could get back there. Yeah, if I use the secret door, I can get back over there. Alright, let's do that. Oops, I cast Doom Epic twice. That was a mistake. Oh, sirens. That is a mainstay of my streams. If you can hear the sirens in the background, you know you're at an Ellery stream. Alright, so there should be... Yeah, okay. So this is the one door that we haven't checked yet. Should be a 2x2 room. Ooh, zombies. Okay, these are dangerous. They can paralyze us. Luckily, we can cure paralysis now because we have Dialco. I want to see what Dialco means, by the way. I really like that they give the meanings of the different spells. So Dialco means softness. Okay, interesting. I didn't know if ko meant something, or D meant something. Like D means heal. Dialco means softness. So I wonder if like it actually means like heal something, because D is like a root word that means healing. All right, we're gonna go back. We're gonna do a dispel on the undead, and then we still have to do a few more inspections. All right, let's see how this goes. We really don't want to get paralyzed here. Nice. Okay, Ulrich just took out 3 of them. That's huge. Pizza hit 2 times for 19 damage. You can see over here, the message log is actually kind of hidden behind my avatar. I just realized you guys can't really see that. It was actually hidden behind chat window. You guys actually can't see the message log for combat, but over here, let me move my mouse over here. Over here, it actually says like pizza hit zombie 2 times for 19 damage. No, you can kind of see it. It's actually like right below the chat window. Okay. Two times for 7 damage. Oh, we got full details about the zombie, I think. Yeah, I have like 30 different spreadsheets in Google Docs from all the different games I played, mostly Fire Emblem stuff. Okay, should be a good chest. 90%. Most likely no trap. 90 gold. Still no rare items. We only found 1 item that was potentially rare, and it just turned out to be a basic shield, which is a little sad. Okay, so if we go through here, I think this is a one-way door that leads back to the start. So if I cast Doom Epic now, I should be at the start of the dungeon. Mavtato doesn't have any more spell points, that's okay. This is why having 2 casters is really convenient, because now we just have Reg cast. He still has 4 more Doom Epic uses. Yeah, okay, it is. So just as I suspected, this door right here actually loops back around and sends us up here to the start of the dungeon, which is good because we have 2 characters who are ready to level up. So we can just head back and go level them up now. So let's do that. Ow. 6 creeping cruds. We still haven't got all the information on them yet. Oh, we did surprise them though, that's good. Because we can't attack, because we can't cast spells on surprise rounds, we're just gonna hope that we get some information on the enemies. Yes, we got full information on them now. 2 times for 18 damage. I should be able to cast Manifo on this group. They resist cold and sleep, but Manifo is not a sleep spell. It's like a petrification spell. And then because we know they resist most spells, we can use Dilto on them. Dilto can't be resisted. They did resist the Manifo, so that might have just been like a level-based thing, not because they have like petrification resistance. Because these are level 3 enemies, so they have pretty decent spell resistance. Alright, we should be able to just spam them down with basic attacks now. And we did. Yeah, I need to relax my throat as much as possible because I want to stream again on Saturday. Alright, so this should be the way... Nope, this should be the way... For some reason on floor 2 specifically, I get turned around a lot. This should be the way back. I always go like the opposite of the way I think I'm going. Don't fall in love with your characters. Any one of them might not make it. Oh, I missed the rest of that message. I'm pretty sure we can stop any characters from permanently dying if we want to. But it's also more fun if they permanently die, so... Alright, I think Ulrich still only has a regular Dios for his healing. I would say that's like the one bad thing about Ulrich right now, is he does not have any like higher level healing spells yet. And he actually doesn't really have that many heal points either, or spell points. We need to make sure... Oh god, a +1. We need to make sure Pizza is on 36 HP. So when they level up, they get the full amount back. What did people vote yes on? I don't even remember now. Oh, should we cure Mavtato's paralysis? Yeah, we already did that. I left that poll going for way too long. I mean, sometimes like I see the result and then I just act based on the result and then I don't close the poll. Alright, Pizza's level up. This one's not too important. Yeah. Just like decent stats all around. Doesn't really matter what he levels up at this point. Mavtato does need to rest to get back their Doomapic casts. Chris is going to need to recover their HP. Ulrich needs to get back their spell points. Burrito does not need to rest. Reg is about to learn some new spells. This is very important. This is like Ulrich's level up that we got a moment ago. The spells that Reg learns here are going to be very important. It's going to determine whether or not we're going to think about reclassing them now or waiting till later. Mahalito and Molito both very good. Mahalito's very good. That's one of the best spells. Reg's adventuring life has been hard on them. They're not as bright and vibrant as they once were. I think Reg just got like an old age debuff. We should be able to check their stats. They're only 20 years old. What are you talking about? This is like JRPG logic. Reg just turned 20 years old and I got a message about him like being old. Are you kidding? He's only 20. Most of the people in chat right now are probably older than that. Alright, so Mahalito is Big Fire. This essentially hits every enemy in the enemy group for 4 to 24 damage. So you can use this to just like wipe out enemy groups. Molito deals less damage, but it's focused on like a smaller number of enemies in the group, if that makes sense. Like this one is spread out, but this one just deals like smaller damage to less enemies. And it deals spark damage, which I don't know if that's better or worse than fire damage. I always felt like Mahalito was just like the better version of Molito. I don't know why they both exist and why they also are both in the same circle, because I just basically always cast Mahalito. But maybe somebody understands there's a reason why Molito's better in some cases. Not really sure. An old age debuff. Chris says you're in your 30s. Good spells, but old age. We take those here. Hey Pram, thanks for stopping by today. Yeah, well, not too late, but I'm not going to be streaming for a very long time today, so I don't know. We'll see. I want to finish exploring the second floor though. Let me see if there's anything useful I can buy in the store while we're here, because we've been stockpiling a lot of gold. So I think some of like the best things to buy would be like breastplate +1. But honestly, plate mail is like cheaper and does the same thing. So like for our fighters, we can actually just give them plate mail. They don't need magic breastplates. So let's do that. We have to empty out his inventory. He's holding actually a couple of junk items. He's just been carrying these around for a while. Alright, so we're going to sell his breastplate. And we're going to replace it with a plate mail. So this is just going to give like an extra 5% evasion to all of our frontline fighters, if we can afford it for all of them. So Mavtato, we're going to give them a plate mail. And then Chris also needs a plate mail. Then we're going to sell the breastplates that we just took off. Alright. So the magic items seems like they all cost 1,500. We definitely don't have 1,500 right now. So we know we're not going to be able to buy anything else for these other characters. That's just going to increase our evasion in a way that I think matters. Let's try to explore the rest of the second floor. We can possibly even do it just in like one trip while we're here. Especially because we've been focusing on optimizing our builds and stuff like that. Actually, this does remind me of something else I wanted to make. I got one more poll in me today, and we can actually let this one run until the end. Oops. Hold on a second. I I grabbed my second keyboard, I put it on top of the controller, then the controller just like started going crazy. All right. How do I want to phrase this? So I was thinking about potentially like grinding a little bit off stream, not exploring any places that we've never been before. If I'm gonna explore anything new, I would be exploring definitely on stream. So I'd basically just be like running around the first floor, just fighting enemies. This could help like some of our level 1, level 2 characters level up, and then we can see like we can have like a better idea of how they compare against our current level 5 characters without needing to spend time leveling them up on stream. Pram says, looking up Molito and Mahalito, you have no idea why they're in the same group. Molito hits for less damage, the same targets, but uses the same spell level. It's very weird. Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure it even hits fewer targets, which is crazy. So it just has like no reason to ever be used. Okay, so we've never really explored very far behind the bronze door, so we'll start with that. Oh. Oh, these are creeping coins, or something. Yeah, creeping coins. I remember these. I've played the original Wizardry one before. I haven't beaten it, but I've played it. So these typically come in really big groups. 18 creeping coins. That's a lot of creeping coins. I think they have magic resistance too, so I don't even know if we'd be able to really hit them with Mahalito. I'm gonna start by inspecting them because I don't want to waste any spell slots. Now, if I remember correctly, they either drop like a bunch of gold or a bunch of experience, but probably not both. Let me see if I can get any information on them. Yeah, they drop a lot of experience. They drop 920 per coin. The problem is they have a pretty low AC, so they're difficult to hit, but they only have 1 HP, so if you do hit them, you just immediately take them out. And I'm pretty sure they have magic resistance, because you can't just take... I'm pretty strongly remembering that you can't just, like, spam Mahalito to take them out. The one thing that should work on them are debuff spells that can't be resisted, which would actually also make them easier to hit. The stack of coins is going to attack me. They come in big groups too, and I'm pretty sure they don't have like behavior that allows them to run away either. Okay. I'm gonna take out this group. Did we get any good information yet? Still nothing really useful. I'm gonna keep inspecting them until I get good information before I cast any spells, because they're not super dangerous. If I remember correctly, they're not super dangerous. Oh, and by the way, if I do grind off stream, which it looks like people are okay with it, if I do grind off stream, I don't even know if I will, but if I want to. If I do grind off stream, I won't do anything dangerous, so there won't be any chance of like characters dying off stream either. So I'm not going to explore new areas. I'm not going to like risk characters dying or anything like that. It's literally just going to be purely just gaining experience on the characters who have low experience. So I'm not getting any good information, but honestly at this point I think I can just spam attacks on them and eventually take them down. This is sort of like the Murphy's Ghost battle where we're just chipping each other down. Pram says, it's not the weirdest thing to attack people in an RPG. Delicious in Dungeon has a variant that are actually bugs mimicking jewels and coins. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Like a type of mimic, but they mimic coins. I wonder what most mimics are. Like, are they all bugs or are they like different things? I'm actually not sure. Alright. I want to get any information I can from these things. Okay, so we know what they do now. Yeah, they resist like almost everything. They don't have any special traits. They have extra actions, but I don't know what they are. And I know they have like a very low hit rate. Like, they've only dealt 1 damage to our group so far. As long as you have good plate mail, like, they're not really going to damage us. Okay, we took out every single group so far. I'm not even going to waste. I will show you what I would have cast. If I was going to cast something, it would have been Dilto. So Dilto, like, enemies can't resist Dilto. I'm pretty sure there's no chance to resist it. So all it does is it just gives our other characters a 10% better chance to hit. But we don't need to do that. It's just going to make the fight take a little longer, but all we need to do is just spam attacks until we eventually take them down. With how much experience Murphy's Ghost gives, it might be worth using them to grind off stream. So the tricky part about doing that is Murphy's Ghost is pretty dangerous. It could actually like kill some of our characters. These creeping coins give a lot of experience. If this is like a repeatable encounter, which I don't know if it is or not, but if we can guarantee fights against creeping coins, like we could just come back and fight creeping coins over and over again to get experience. Because that was a lot of experience. That was a lot of experience. We actually just got enough for Chris, Ulrich, and Reg to all level up again. Just from that one fight. And it only takes a few minutes. Uh-oh. Let's hit the mage first so he doesn't cast any spells on us. Highwayman. So this is different from the thieves that we fought before. So we have fought bushwhackers, level 1 rogues, and now Highwayman. This is like a separate enemy. You have to keep track of the different enemies because they're not all the same. This will be our first chance to show off Mahalito. So we're gonna have our fighters rush down the enemy mage. And we're gonna have Reg. Actually, he can't cast Mahalito yet because it's a surprise round. We'll do it next turn. We did get new details about the Highwayman. Looks like they have... So I'm actually going to do some math here because I want to check something. So these count as level 3 enemies. They have between 5 and 14 HP. Now, Mahalito, average damage is 13. So if they max roll their HP, they could survive a Mahalito. Or if Mahalito low rolls damage, they could survive it. But most of the time, this is going to one-shot every single enemy in this group, which we're about to see the power. This is the power of like a trained mage. Like for the first few levels, the mages aren't that useful. Once Reg reaches level 5, he can just wipe out entire enemy groups. Just like so. 12 damage, 8 damage, 9 damage. So we low rolled Mahalito against that thief. That's why he survived on 1 HP. So now we just have our other characters just rush in and kill him. The other good thing about that, and this is why I like having mages with high agility, because it allows them to just wipe out enemy groups before they can run away. Yeah, the other good thing about these AoEs is that it can kill enemies before they run away. Okay, so this should take us back to where we just were. I have not explored in there yet. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna go explore these other side areas first. It looks like these are dead ends. I think we're gonna explore most or all of the second floor. Ooh, a statue of a frog on a small pedestal. You can swear you hear a low ribbit emanating from it. I don't know if this is a boss or if it's a new key, but I'm gonna check it. It is a new key, a new frog statuette. So we should, if we can find the frog door, we can open the frog door. Alright, this looks like it's going to be a dangerous room. There's skeletons outside of it. With how much experience... Oh, I read that one already. The classic D&D wizard spell, Fireball. No other spells are needed. Yeah, Mahalito. I think it translates just big fire. Interesting. Okay, I thought this would be a dangerous room. It was actually just an empty room. With a single level 1 mage, our group can just rush him down and kill him very quickly. One thing, too, about the original Wizardry, I don't know if it applies to this game, but in the original Wizardry, all enemies had initiative of 1d8 plus 1, which is pretty bad. Because you want to... the lower number goes first, so all enemies just had like a plus 1 initiative penalty, which meant enemies tended to act after your characters. In the original Wizardry. I don't know if that applies in this game. But in general, enemies tended to have it was a plus 1, but because of the way the initiative works, it was basically a -1 to their initiative. I'm going to cast Low Mail Wall before we leave here. I forgot to cast it earlier. Anything in here looks like a secret door. Seems to be no. Alright, and I'm going to cast the Dumapic, because I think we've explored this whole side area. Okay, so this is the area we're in right now. Yeah, so you go through here, and it looks like it's just like kind of like an open area with a few side passages, and then this one empty room. So if we go back, there's a few things we haven't explored yet. So this is the door that requires the bear statue. We have not explored that yet. I might save that for next stream. I'm not sure what this is. Why does this just lead to a dead end? I must have turned back around. Okay, so if I want to get there, I have to go through the wooden door. Over. How do we get back over here? I forget. I'm pretty sure there's a secret door here. For some reason, it disappeared from the map, but I'm pretty sure there's a secret door that leads through here. And then up, and then over. I want to see what's over here, because I don't think we've explored there yet. I think that's like the second time I've done that. I keep double casting Doom Epic. So we're going to go here. I think the secret door is over here. Yeah, it is. Okay. 3 bubbly slimes and 3 creeping cruds. Creeping cruds. Bubbly slimes. Okay, so the bubbly slimes are basically level 1 enemies with no special effects. The creeping cruds are level 3 enemies with very dangerous special effects. The good thing is, you can basically take them out with a Mahalito. In fact, I'm gonna do melee attacks just in case. I don't know if they have good spell resistance or anything. Looks like the answer is no. They just immediately got wiped by a Mahalito. So that went well. Yeah, once you get Mahalito, it completely changes how encounters play out. Because a lot of times you can just wipe out, you can just pick like the most dangerous group of enemies and wipe out most or all of them with a single spell. Alright, so this should be our secret door. We're going to go through here. Ooh, level 1 priests. That's fine, we can handle them. We got all the information. No, we didn't get the information yet. Okay, we're going to inspect these. Keep failing our inspection checks. Ooh, a chest. 92% certainty that it's an exploding box. Okay, I talked about this before. I talked about it off stream actually in the Discord, but in Wizardry 3, the traps were buffed to an insane level. They basically gained like 7 steps of intensity. In Wizardry 1, the traps are not that bad. Here, an exploding box is going to deal between 2 and 18 damage. If this was Wizardry 3, it would deal between 9 and... what's 9 times 8? 9 and 72... Like, this exploding box could deal 72 damage on a high roll. If this was Wizardry 3. Thankfully, it's not. This exploding box can only deal 18 damage. Ooh, we got a flail. We're going to have to identify that when we go back. Could be good. Could be bad. Don't really know. Okay, so this is the passage that we haven't explored. Oh, I know why we didn't explore here, because yeah, there was a warning. Watch out. Alright. Anyone in chat want to tell me to go forward so I can blame it on you? Victory favors the bold. That sort of thing. Yeah, 72 damage on single digit. Well, a lot of our characters have like around 30 HP. Like, our strong characters have around 30 HP. And that's a high roll, too, of course. The expected damage is still pretty high, though. The expected damage is still, like, around 30. Yeah, single-digit level. Yeah. Forward hoe. Okay, I'm blaming this on Prim if something goes horribly wrong. It's a pit trap. Burrito didn't fall in. Reg didn't fall in. The very maze itself is alive with traps. We won't be able to detect them, so we'll need to react quickly when they trigger. Is that it? It's just a pit trap? Oh, and creeping cruds, too. Nice. Might as well, everyone is healthy. Onward then into the foliage. If we all die, it's our own fault. No, we didn't die. We took some damage. The fact that Reg and Burrito avoided the trap was actually probably the best outcome, because those are the ones who would have suffered the most from taking, 10 damage. Like, if Reg took 10 damage, he would be on death's door. I'm just going to blast these guys with a Mahalito. Oh, no, I'm not, because I don't have any more spell points. Okay. I'm going to cast Gilto on them. so we have a higher chance of hitting them, so that they can't stick around for too long and poison us. The advantage of the plate armor that we bought is that it reduces the chances of these slimes hitting us, and if they can't hit us, they can't poison us, which is a pretty big deal. React quickly. Is there like a quick time event you can do? I think it's based on their saving throws, which I will show in a second. It actually could be interesting to check who had the good saving throws there. Like, imagine if Reg had like a horrible saving throw and he just happened to make it. Okay. So, Pizza has a 10% reflex. Mavtato had a 45% reflex and they still fell in the pit. So there was not a very high chance. Now, typically this is adjusted by the level of the dungeon. So for example, on level 2, it would probably be minus 2 steps, which would be minus 10. So Mavtato probably had a 35% chance of avoiding that trap. They still fell in. Chris was like a 5% chance. Pizza was probably a 5% chance. It can't go below 5%. There's always like a 5%. It's just like D&D where you have like a critical success on a 20 or a critical fail on a 1. Usually there's always like at least a 5% chance for something to happen. Ulrich was probably a 5% chance to avoid. Burrito had like a 25% chance and they did avoid. Okay, Reg is our best reflex save. So Reg had like a 40% chance to avoid that trap and they did avoid it. 18 luck is really pulling its weight here. You can see the characters with 18 luck have very high saving throws. That's because you get a bonus at 6, 12, and 18. So that's why Reg, Burrito, and Mavtato had very high resistance saving throws. Alright, I'm going to cast another Doom Epic while we're here. Okay, so this is a dead end. This is a shortcut back to the start. Does anyone see... Here we go, this. This is the dead end that we haven't explored yet. So I actually want to go back through the secret door so we can explore that other dead end. So we want to go back this way. Reg is very lucky, yeah. So we want to go this way, here, and here. So there's a door over here that we haven't explored yet, and I think it's this one. 6 gas clouds. And then after this, I think the only door left will be the one behind the bear statue, which is, like I said, I wanted to save that for later. I don't know if these count as undead, but I'm going to try to dispel them. Because Reg's out of spell slots, and because multiple characters are ready to level up, I think this is a good time to go back and rest. Yeah, I don't think we can dispel gas clouds. I'll try one more time. It's funny that you can investigate enemies, but... Oh, they're elementals. Okay, I see that now. It actually does tell you if they're undead or not. These are elementals. Ooh, they can cast Catino. Luckily, we all resisted. If they hit us with Catino and we fell asleep, that would be pretty bad. Because it also shuffles your party order. Okay. So, if I'm not mistaken, I'll cast another Doom Epic here. We should have investigated... Yeah, so we've investigated every side passage. If anyone's looking at the map right now, you can double check for me. But I think we've opened every single door, except for this one, which uses the bear statue, which we have. And then we haven't gone down this passageway yet. If I remember correctly, honestly, like I said, I have played Wizardry 1 before, but it's been a long time, and I've played other Wizardry games more recently, so like you tend to, mix up the maps in your head. I'm not going to remember the maps from Wizardry 1 if I played another game more recently, because you know what I mean? But if I do remember correctly, this is probably one of the last things I remember about Wizardry 1, is that on floor 2, this passage over here is like a spiral shape, and it leads to the staircase. And after that, I'm pretty sure I don't remember anything like from floor 3 or onwards. But I played through the first 2 floors enough times that I remember there's a spiral shape over here that I think leads down to floor 3, which is why I never went that way before. So we can actually, because this is straight ahead, maybe we go open that door now. No, I don't like doing it, just because of the fact that Reg doesn't have any spell slots. Let's head back to town. We'll rest. Hey, Maftato. What's up? You're glad to see that you're still alive? Oh yeah, you're doing very well for yourself. One of the stronger characters in the group, although right now our group is kind of beat up. We got a couple of our fighters down to like half of their HP. We fell into a pit trap. That was part of it. Right, the good thing about the gas clouds is we take them out pretty safely. Yeah, they're just like regular 10 armor class enemies, which I can actually calculate my character's hit rates if I really wanted to. So Pizza's hit rate should be 6 plus 3, which is 9. And then plus 3 from his sword, which is plus 12. So against armor class 12 enemies, we basically only miss them on a natural 1 roll with our fighters, I'm pretty sure. But that doesn't seem to be the case, because we actually are missing them. Oh no, it's because they have a level as well, though. So their level is offsetting our hit rate slightly. I don't know by how much. But theoretically, Pizza's hit rate should be plus 12. And then like minus whatever the enemy has, that's the part I don't know. I don't know what like evasion bonuses they have. Ulrich is pretty low on health too. Alright, we're gonna heal up. It actually takes a while, by the way, before old age starts to actually matter. I don't know why we got that message about Reg being old. Okay, Ulrich's gonna heal himself as much as possible, so that when he levels up, he'll go back to his like new max HP. Now, unless we get multiple level ups, this is not going to be a huge level for anybody. Mavtato, maybe? I can't remember how samurai spell levels work. Yeah, no, he didn't even get any new spells. Good stats, though. The vitality matters. Agility is getting close to mattering. Strength is good. Chris is actually pretty close to full HP. Alright, Chris level up. 27 HP. Wow, that must be a max roll. In fact, we can check. So Chris at 6 times, I think 10 would be 60 HP. And then 3 times 10 would be another 30. So actually, Chris's max HP is actually close to 90. If I'm not mistaken. And they've got 65, so it's actually not that high. I mean, it's high, very high, but it's not like 90 high. If I'm wrong, it would be 48 plus 30, which is 78. So their max HP is either 78 or 90, and they rolled a 65, which is still pretty good. Above average, for sure. Alright, Ulrich, he can learn some spells from his backlog, but other than that, he can't get very much out of this. He got Latu Mapik and Bamatu. Now, I think Latu Mapik is another one of the really strong utility spells. I'll check that in a second, but I'm fairly sure that was a pretty big one for Ulrich. Burrito's ready to level up. Agility, okay, they're finally gaining back some of that agility that they lost. That's a big deal. Reg, this is another one where he can get like backlog spells, but nothing too important. The next level up for Ulrich and Reg is going to be the important one. Yeah, so Reg just got like some spell points and then plus 1 HP. So another minimum HP roll. He's sitting on 14 as a level 6 character. That's really bad. That's less than 3 HP per level. Still. 20 is the new 60. Yeah, Chris is looking very strong now with those HP. Kind of interested what else Chris could potentially do. They are a dwarf, which makes them pretty tough to reclass. Dwarf base stats are not amazing. Honestly, the best thing to do with Chris is just to leave them in fighter and hope their agility goes up eventually, but it's not really going to. But they're not bad though. This is not a bad character at all. Like this is a strong like basic character. It's just not as good it's not as optimized as like some multi-class builds could potentially get up to that level. Looks like Mavtato is still our most deadly fighter with 67 kills. Pretty crazy. It's pretty weird because they're not actually like any faster than the other characters. I wonder what these icons mean. If you look at the levels of the characters, each one has a different shape around it. Pizza has like a square shape. Mavtato has like a shield shape. Chris has the square. Ulrich has a circle. Burrito has a diamond. Reg has like a... What is that, octagon? Not sure. Oh, you know what that is? That's probably their class. This is probably the symbol for mage. And then the reason why Chris and Pizza are both squares is because they're fighters, while Mavtato is a samurai, which, yeah, you can actually see the icons are up here. This is this icon for samurai. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it's good to have decent filler units. Like, no matter what, like in the worst case scenario, we basically just always have Chris who can just, like, frontline for us. Alright, I want to do a little bit more exploration today. I'm not ready to end the stream yet. I want to go check out that bear door now while we're here. Let's go do that. And the good thing about this party is they have so much longevity. Like, we don't have to keep going back to town. We can explore for a while before needing to go back. I definitely have the urge. Like, I'm the kind of person who just enjoys grinding, though, which is why I asked about grinding off stream. Because there's definitely a good chance I'll just have the urge to play the game off stream. Alright, so we're going to open the bear door for the first time. Next is the frog door. We have the frog statue already. And it leads to a darkness area. Ooh, this is ugly. Now, I'm pretty sure casting Low Milwa will not light up this area. I'll cast it anyway. Oh, and then I'm going to show off Latu Mapik. Yeah, so these spells are all really good utility spells. Okay, so Latu Mapik is a global spell. It reveals the true nature of encountered monsters. So having this active will make it easier to identify monsters while we're exploring. There's not really a reason not to cast it because there's not really a lot of great level 3 spells. I can't cast it while I'm in camp. Oh, you have to cast this in battle. Never mind. This is actually different from how it worked in the original. In the original, you cast this and it just lasts for like the entire like exploration. It seems like they changed this into something you cast in battle to identify monsters. And then Bamatu, I think, is just like another +4, -4 armor class bonus, which is interesting because it's different from Matu. Oh no, it's the same. It's the same. So this is just like a bigger version of the Bamatu spell, or the Matu spell. So Matu is -2, Bamatu is -4. Okay. I was wrong. The next level of spells has the protection spell that I was thinking of, the one that lasts for the entire battle. Okay, so I'm just checking walls in the dark area. This is a wall. This is a wall. I'm not sure if you guys can see as well what I'm doing. I definitely have an idea of what I'm doing here. Okay, this is a wall. This is a wall. This should be an empty space. This should be a wall. No, that's a wall too. Okay, interesting. Okay, this makes me want to cast Doom Epic. Yeah, so I thought this would have been an empty space, but it wasn't. Or sorry, this would have been an empty space, but it wasn't because there's actually a wall there. So we did loop around like I thought we did. It looks like this leads to something. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna keep exploring the perimeter wall first before I go through any center walls. So this should be a wall. This should be a wall. This should be a wall. No, that's an opening as well. Okay, hold on. This is a wall. This should be a wall. No. We might be at the western edge of this passageway. Hey, Marseilles, who died? Pram says who died. Faye says 2 deaths at the start of the stream. Yeah, so, gosh, what were their names? We definitely had almost a full party wipe at the start of the stream. I don't remember exactly which characters died. It was a while ago. If you scroll through the chat log, you might be able to see it. There might be some RIP messages. I can find them. I cannot find them. You wanted to replace backseat Greg. Here we go. Seems like you missed Absolute Chaos. Interesting. I see the message where... Oh, here we go. Aurelius and Yeti Man died. So Aurelius was our pretty mediocre fighter, and Yeti Man was our pretty mediocre thief. We replaced him with Chris, who is a pretty good fighter, and Burrito, who is a pretty good thief. So this should be a wall. This should be a wall. This should be a wall. Okay. So we're at the western perimeter now. Yes. More gas clouds, too. We already have all the information on these enemies. Gas clouds are not too dangerous, I think, unless they hit us with Catino. Just seems like they have a pretty low chance of succeeding. Dilto's pretty bad. So these kind of have like a mix of mage and priest spells. Oh no, these are all mage spells. These are all mage spells. So they have Catino as their level 1 spell. Oh, they have Halito as well. Interesting. So they have a few spells. They actually had more spells than I realized. They just hadn't really cast them yet. Okay. So if I cast another Doom Epic now, it should give us some good information. Yeah. So this central area here seems to be what this is all about. So I'm going to finish exploring this perimeter, and then what we need to do is enter in through here and probably find whatever's in here. But let me just check this corner first while I'm over here already. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to go back up here till I hit the wall. I'm going to go over 1 and then down. Now this should be the interior. Yes, and then if I go back over here, I'm going to go over 1 and then up 1. This should take us... Okay, there's a door here. There's a door here. We don't know what's through this door, but we know there's a door here. I got to be careful about Reg, too. I might heal Reg before we go through the door, just in case there's like a powerful monster hiding through there. Something that could hit the back row. I wouldn't want it to be able to one-shot him. At least with 14 HP, he probably survives at least 1 hit from anything. Getting murdered and getting called weak, that's pretty harsh. Yeah, I'm a very pragmatic guild master. Interesting. In this room is a statue of a monster with the body of a chicken and the head of a cat. I think we've seen something like this before. The statue is made of bronze and it lies on an onyx pedestal. There are unusual runes on a plaque thereon. Uh-oh. I don't know if that's related to the statue or if that's just related to enemies waiting through this door. Okay, these guys are going to focus on the slimes that they can hit. We're going to focus on inspection, and then Reg is going to drop a Mahalito on this front line. These creeping... So, Marseos, because you just showed up and I'll let you know, these creeping cruds and zombies are some of the most dangerous enemies. They're the ones who almost wiped us, but back then we were low level. Now we have power. We have the power of Mahalito, which is what Reg is about to cast. And we just wipe the entire group before they can do anything to us. Drastically removing their ability to wipe our party. So the difference between... Last time we had Vivi with us, a level 1 mage who can't do anything. This time we have Reg with us, a level 6 mage who can just wipe out enemy groups with power of explosion and fire. And the power of God in anime. A mediocre death for mediocre people. Alright, we got some good experience there, and we found a chest. Ooh. Burrito is up to like a 95% chance. The problem is his disarm chance is still not very high. We did get it. Alright, now we should be able to inspect the statue. Gold key. Okay, yeah, we have seen these before. This is where we got the bronze key and the silver key. Now we've got the gold key as well. Very important. Insert Virgil meme here. I don't know my DMC memes. You're going to have to be more specific than that. Alright, so this should be the way back out. Door should be here. Yes. Perfect. Okay. So now I believe I can head back here. This should be... I have to cast another Doom Epic to update the map. But I believe we have explored the entire second floor. unless anybody sees any passages that I haven't checked yet. We got our gold key over here. This, I believe this passage over here leads to the 3rd floor. We have plenty of spell slots available. We're still on good health. Let's go check that other passage while we're here. Oh, level 1 mage. He has a 1-track mind for power. Ah, okay. I mean, I knew that. I just wasn't sure if there was like a specific line. Like if you told me like, you know, Sonic Adventure 2 memes. And actually, I don't really remember my Sonic Adventure 2 memes anymore. That's pretty sad. How do I not remember my Sonic Adventure 2 memes anymore? That's pathetic. How did I forget? Okay. I was going to say, if you told me this about some Sonic Adventure 2 memes, I could give you specific lines, but I actually can't, because I don't remember them anymore. Ooh, what's over here? Oh, it is a door full of highwaymen and a level 1 mage. Typically in encounters like this, I like to focus all my attacks on the mage, just to kill him before he has a chance to do anything. In fact, I'm not even going to have Reg cast the spell. I think we can save a spell slot here. That reminds me, you need to finish watching the anime. I haven't seen it yet. I don't know if I'll watch it, just because, like I said, I'm not really that familiar with Devil May Cry. Yeah, I had a feeling these highwaymen were just going to run away anyway, so we didn't really need to focus our waste the spell slot on them. Except for this one guy who just like really wants to fight. All his bros just ran away, and he's standing here trying to fight 6 high-level adventurers. 95% certain it's a poison needle. We've done pretty good on disarming the poison needle so far, and we do have an antidote with us in case we do get poisoned. Yeah, so this is the spiral passageway I was telling you guys about that I remember from the last time I played Wizardry 1, which was probably like 8 years ago. This is like the one thing that I remember. So I'm not going to cast Doom Epic yet, because I don't really need to, because I know where I am. Why do evil guys get the best gear? That's a good question. That's the reason why we're running an evil party. Okay, so this is floor 3. I think our low Milwa actually ran out. So it doesn't last for 10,000 turns anymore. There we go. Or maybe I didn't cast it this time. Maybe I forgot to cast it. I don't always remember to cast it when I first go into the dungeon. Okay, so it looks like both ways lead to a 4-way passage. There are secret doors over here. I see one right here. Ooh, 4 canines. Okay, we have to be careful because we're on a new floor now. It's a very good chance that we could get overwhelmed by enemies that we haven't seen before. Coyotes. I'm going to actually cast... I want to see how the new Latu Epic works. It's very interesting to me. Okay, so we identified the enemy group. Like, what information do we get from that? Okay, we don't get the full information, so it's basically just like a guaranteed success on a information check. So these coyotes, they have pretty good HP. They count as level 4 enemies. They have good AC as well. So they're a little bit more dangerous than the enemies we've been fighting, but not too dangerous. It doesn't seem like they have any dangerous abilities. I haven't seen them do anything super dangerous yet. Okay, they hit pretty hard. They hit for 9 damage. Just on their basic melee that they can spam. Maybe he was stalling us so his bros can run away. The only Sonic meme you know is the creepypasta and the Tails doll from the racing game. I know. Hold on a second. Sonic Adventure 2. This is important. This is important stuff, guys. I'll inspect this chest while we're here, though. He's 95% certain it's a stunner. Now, the good thing about the stunner trap is we actually can cure paralysis now. So even if we fail to disarm stunner traps, ooh, and we got rare armor. That was worth it. That was absolutely worth it. Sonic Adventure 2 meme. I like how before I even typed anything in, JoJo memes showed up on my YouTube recommendations. Like YouTube already knows what I want. Where's like you're not good enough to be my faker? I don't know how loud this is going to be, if you guys can hear it or not.
So far, so good. That blue hedgehog again, of all places.
I found you, Baker.
Baker? I think you're the fake hedgehog around here. You're comparing yourself to me? Ha! You're not even good enough to be my friend.
I'll make you eat those words.
You won't even get the chance.
You'll have to let me know if you guys could hear that or not. You're not even good enough to be my fake. You can hear it. Awesome. Worth it. Okay, I don't know how far I want to explore, especially because we have several characters ready to level up. Unfortunately, I would really like Ulrich or Reg to level up before we go back. How close are they? Okay, Ulrich is decently close. Reg is kind of far off. I think we can get Ulrich to level 7 before we go back. There's another secret door over here. Low Milwa's really coming in clutch here, helping us spot these secret doors. I'm wondering if there's one over here as well. No. This is the stairway. Okay, so there should be another secret door over here, maybe. I'm just going to explore all these secret rooms. I'm not even going to explore them. I mean, I just want to, like, mark them on the map. Oh, hold on. There's something on the ground. I missed it. Oh, God, bears. It's a bit crunchy, but that adds to the experience. Oh, yeah, that's probably from, like, a mixture of both my pop filter and, like, the noise filtration that I have on. You've never heard it without Sonic interrupting Shadow mid-sentence. Oh, yeah, did they split it up when they did that? I'm not sure. I'm not going to cast another Latu-Mapic because I need to save Dialco in case I get paralyzed. So let's just do regular inspection checks. And how many slots does Reg have? Okay, Reg only has 1 cast of Mahalito, so I'm actually going to save that as well in case we get into like a really dangerous situation. Werebears have a lot of HP. Chris just got paralyzed. Oh god, they're hitting us for like 12 damage and they're paralyzing us. And they regen. Okay. These are dangerous enemies. These are very dangerous enemies. They can hit us very hard, they can paralyze us, and they regen. Okay. This is not an encounter to take lightly. This is spam Mahalito time. Nice. Okay, we just need 1 solid hit. Nice. I didn't see who landed that, but that was very clutch. I think that was Pizza. That was, like, pivotal. Like, if that attack missed, we would have been in a lot of trouble. Okay, I'm very glad that I saved our Dialco cast, because we can use that here to cure either Chris or Mavtato. I wonder who's more important to bring back. I think Chris is more important. They have more HP, so they're going to be a more valuable frontliner. Unfortunately, we have to wait. We won't be able to cure Mavtato until later. Party options. No. How do I switch my characters around? No. I actually don't know how to rearrange the party. Well, let's read what's on the ground. The floor has a mosaic reading turn around. Okay, let's go back. Did Low Milwa already wear off? I think it has a shorter duration than what I'm used to. Because it feels like it's wearing, even the Low Milwa version's wearing off pretty quickly. Alright, we're not going to have Mavtato with us until we get back to town, but we will be able to cure him. We will be able to cure his paralysis. We can even cure it for free. So it's not that big of a deal. I really would have liked Ulrich to get enough experience for a level up, but it looks like they're not going to get there. I might do one more dungeon dive just to get Ulrich up to Ulrich and Reg up to level 7, because that's going to be an important moment. Because that's basically the time that you would multi-class if you're going to. Yeah, those bears are nasty. I don't know. I'm pretty sure you can change party formation. I just don't know how to do it. Oh, here it is. Oh, you can't change Mavtato's position because they're locked in the back row, of course. Because they're paralyzed. That's why it wasn't letting me do it. It's also not letting me move Chris. Okay, now I'm doing it. Okay, so we'll push Chris into the front. We have to keep Ulrich in the front row because we need somebody who can take hits, but they're a priest, so they're pretty defensive. Plus, we already got out of like the difficult stuff anyway. We're not really in that much danger anymore. Oh, 5 orcs. Doesn't the torch light color indicate when Lomilwa is active? Yeah, I think I noticed that as well. We have no more Mahalitos. I'm just going to spam Halitos. Oh, I cast Mogref by accident. Whoops. I don't even know what Mogref does. Oh, it just buffs Reg Zone armor class, which is not really that useful. Alright. Yeah, we can wipe the enemies on the first floor. You just came back and Burrito is alive. Hey, Gianni. Yeah, Burrito's doing pretty good. We also have, Ulrich has the ability to cure paralysis now, so we can actually cure our paralyzed characters. Alright, so first of all, we got a lot of stuff to do at the end. So Pizza's gonna level up. Plus 1 HP. That vitality loss is not great, especially because they only got 1 HP this level. But that means like next level they're probably gonna get some good HP. You're not very likely to continually low roll HP over and over again. Alright, Chris is gonna rest. And then we're going to level them up. Yeah, it's like, so because last time like Chris got 28 HP, like this time they're pretty likely to only get like 1 HP. That's not too big of a deal. Ulrich needs to rest so that they can heal Mavtato. Burrito is going to level up. Plus 8 HP, that's good. They're finally getting good agility as well. That matters a lot. We need that agility for disarming traps. Reg. And then we're going to go back to the... No, not the temple. We're going to go back to the maze. This is a cool trick you can do. Just go into the maze. We have Halitos. We have no Halitos today. Thank you for taking care of my boy. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure you said that you would prefer to keep him on the bench, and then if we get the chance to cure his paralysis, to bring him back instead of letting him retire, and it just kind of worked out that way. Alright, so let's have Ulrich. Now we're going to cast... Okay, so we can cast Dialco on Mavtato, cure their paralysis, so we don't have to pay money to the temple. Then, we're going to cast Dios to restore their HP. There you go. Now they don't have to recover their HP at the end. Although they have to rest at the end anyway. Okay, so now we need to get Ulrich's spell slots back, because he just cast 4 spells. Excuse me. Mavtato is going to get back 3 spell points. Okay, now we're going to go to the store. Okay, so out of our characters... Let me see what the actual magic items are. Leather armor, chainmail, shield, breastplate, and staff. I think getting a +1... Hold on a second. +1 shield is 4 AC. What is the regular large shield? 3 AC. Okay. So I think giving a +1 shield to one of our frontliners might be the smartest thing. Because they're generally the characters who are in the most danger. If I could get a +1 weapon, I would definitely prefer that, but I don't think that's an option. So let's give a +1 shield to maybe Mavtato, because they actually have the lowest HP. So this is going to reduce their AC from 1 down to 0. If you look at this little shield here, this kind of determines how difficult it is for enemies to hit them. The lower the better. So dropping from 1 to 0 for 1500 gold. This is kind of like the point where we're at. We already have like all of the best basic gear. The only way we can like raise our damage or lower our armor class anymore is just by getting like magical gear. That reminds me, we found an unidentified piece of armor. So I'm going to go identify that now. And also an unidentified flail. Okay, so I got a couple things I want to do then while I'm here. Okay, so I want you to give this to Pizza. You are going to give this to Pizza. Then we're going to go to the tavern. We're actually going to remove everyone except for Pizza. And we're going to add... where's Greg? Backseat Greg. We're going to add Backseat Greg. We're going to go into the maze. You forgot to ask me on my last stream, but do I have in mind to create a Discord server? I've talked about this before, people ask about it every once in a while, probably like every 3 or 4 streams somebody asks. I have a private Discord server that I use like for my tabletop gaming group. It's something that I want to keep separate from my YouTube channel just because it's kind of like not really related. There's people in there that I've known for like 10 years, and like not even like all of the people in there don't even like follow my YouTube channel. So like inviting a bunch of people from YouTube over there would kind of be like it would be like bringing your friends who weren't invited to a party that they weren't invited to. I don't know, that I was trying to think of like a nice way to phrase it, but that kind of makes it sound even more mean than what I was trying to say. But it's just like, it's something I want to keep separate from my YouTube channel is kind of what I'm trying to say. Chainmail +1, nice. Anointed Flail. Okay, so the Anointed Flail is not that good. Finding a Chainmail +1 is actually a pretty big deal. That saves us a lot of money. So I'm going to trade these items back to Pizza, so that Pizza can give them to whoever we decide to give it to. Pram says Thaco still confuses them. Can you get to negative AC? Yeah, you can go negative. You can go very low negative. We can actually get there right now with our spells. Okay, so we're going to go back to the tavern. We're going to remove Backseat Greg. Honestly, Backseat Greg, I didn't know if they would be very useful, but so far they have done everything that I've needed them to do, even as a level 1 character. All right, we're going to go back to sorting by level. Okay, so we're going to add Mavtato and Chris back into the party. Then we're going to put Ulrich here, Burrito here, and Reg in the back. So now I want to see which of our characters can equip Chainmail, because we just got a suit of +1 Chainmail. But yeah, maybe one day I'll make a Discord server like related specifically to my YouTube channel, but I just haven't really thought about doing it yet. He can equip Chainmail. I don't think he can equip Chainmail. So I think it's basically just for Ulrich. I will give it to Burrito just to see if he can equip it or not. I think the flail is better than the mace. So this deals 2 to 3 damage. It has a lower accuracy, first of all, so in that sense, it's already just worse. But 2 plus 6 is 8. Divided by 2 is 4. That's 4 average damage. The Anointed Flail is 1 plus 7, which is 8, which is also 4 average damage. Okay, so in this case, the Flail... So I think the Anointed Mace is more likely to deal average damage. The Anointed Flail can actually deal higher damage, though. Even though they have the same average, the Anointed Flail can deal 7, but the Mace never deals 7 damage. It only deals 6. Plus, it has better accuracy. So I'm going to go with the Flail. Burrito, I'm pretty sure cannot equip the Chainmail, so I'm going to give that to Ulrich. So Ulrich is going to equip the Chainmail. This is going to bring them from 1 down to 3 armor class. Alright, let's go get into some fights. We want to level up Reg and Ulrich before the stream ends. That's my goal. And then maybe even multi-class them if that's what we decide to do. People really are on board with the off-stream grinding. Looks like 91% of people are in favor of off-stream grinding. Good to know. Alright, I'm going to cast a Doom Epic here because we should have revealed everything on this floor, but I want to double-check that to be sure. So it looks like we have revealed everything on this floor. It looks like the secret doors that you've identified, they actually disappear every time you leave the dungeon. I'm actually not a fan of that. I would prefer if it remembered which secret doors I've found, but it's okay. It's not a huge deal, but it's definitely something that stands out to me. Okay, now I think there could potentially be secret doors somewhere in here, especially like over here, so I'm going to cast Low Milwa before we go through. And I think there might even be a spell for detecting secret doors. Let me check. So we're definitely going to do Low Milwa. Okay. True Sight, is that it? No, that's for identifying chests. Yeah, maybe there's not a secret door related spell. Maybe it's just Milwa that makes it easier to see them. Okay, so if there are any secret doors around here, we're a little bit more likely to notice them based on the glowing spots on the walls. But if there's not, then I guess we'll find out. Yeah, so right now the torch is purple, so we'll keep that in mind. Okay, zombies are pretty dangerous. Luckily, we can dispel them. That's a pretty bad miss. Especially because Chris just got paralyzed. Oh, and Ulrich did not get a single dispel. Yeah, these zombies are deadly. Okay, we got them. We got them. Mavtato just took out one with a multi-attack, and then Ulrich dispelled the other one. Alright, so the good thing is, this is why having, what's the spell called? Dialco? This is why having Dialco is so important. Chris gets paralyzed, we just bring them right back up to their feet. We don't have to go all the way back to town. We send them back into the front of the party, and it's good. It's just like nothing ever happened. We lost one spell slot, that's it. It would be good if there was a secret door here that you could use to get to the center faster. Okay. Why would your map do that? Is it a magic forgetting map? Is it an Etch-a-Sketch? Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, the torch is still purple, so we must still have magical light. Okay. This says turn around. Why? It's not a spinner. This is not a spinner. I'm not sure why it's warning me to turn around. Turn left. Turn left, but it doesn't tell me which way I'm facing though. Like I would have to know which way I'm already facing to know like what turn left means. I mean, I can turn left from here. Well, hold on a second. Let's go back to the start. Where's the staircase? Okay. So if I go here, it tells me to turn around. So I'm going to turn around. I'm going to go here. This tells me nothing. So I'm going to keep going. This tells me turn left. Okay. So I turn left from here. And it leads me into a pit. I don't know why I listened. I don't know why I listened. These plaques were literally put here by the Mad Wizard to lead us into traps. Be very careful about this. So this here sends us over into a pit trap. I'm gonna try going straight and see where it leads. I just double cast Doom Epic again. I'm wasting spell slots here. This says turn right. I'm not gonna listen to it. I'm gonna go, oh, there's something here. Turn left. So this wants me to go here. And then it wants me to turn right here. Okay. Ulrich just died. I am not listening to these plaques anymore. They always lead you into pits. Good times. Okay, hold on a second. I know for a fact that people are good with off-stream grinding. Now this is a mechanic we haven't seen before. Alright, so we're either going to... Number one, we can either stick to permadeath, or if we have gold, we can take a chance to revive Ulrich. It's not guaranteed. That's the tricky part, is that it's not guaranteed. So even if... Okay, I'm going to explain to Mirror Fanboy what just happened. If you look at this floor right here, we started here at the staircase, we're going around, and there's a bunch of these four-way intersections, and each one of them has like stuff written on the ground. We've been following the directions written on the ground, and every time we follow them, they just lead us into a pit trap. So I'm going to try to not follow the directions anymore, because it's very obvious that they're just going to keep leading me into pits. Okay, so I'm going to turn back around, then I'm going to go left, I'm going to go straight. Hold on, I'm going to turn around, I'm going to go left, I'm going to go straight here, and then I should be able to eventually see the staircase, and also the message that leads into the pit trap. we're in a little bit of trouble here because with Ulrich being dead, it's actually a little bit tricky to heal up our other characters as well. Okay, so this should be... Yes, so this leads to the pit trap. But I don't remember which way the pit trap is from here. I'm going to cast another Doom Epic. Okay, left from here leads back to the staircase. Oh god, 6 coyotes. Chris says they meant to click permadeath, but both is fine. It looks like the votes are pretty tied right now, but if you misvoted, then it seems like probably permadeath is what's more in the lead. I'm actually totally fine with permadeath. Like if people are more interested in doing a permadeath style run, I'm actually totally fine with that too. I mean, we can create another priest. Like it's, you know what I mean? Especially if I'm allowing myself to do off-stream grinding, like nothing is stopping me from just making another priest. We have Silvara. We even potentially have like other like better priests. Like we could make an even better priest than Silvara. We can make one that's even better than Ulrich. Like Ulrich wasn't like the best priest in the world. He was good because he leveled up, because level is the most important stat in this game. The only thing I'm sad about is that neither Ulrich or Reg has leveled up yet. Chris says keep an eye out for secret doors. You noticed a few near the intersections. Yeah, I noticed. There's actually, it looks like there's 2 secret doors at every single intersection. So I stopped checking them all because I didn't want to stop and check every door. I wanted to like try and get an idea of what that area looks like before we started checking all the secret doors. The problem is I didn't realize we were going to be walking into pit traps every 5 steps. So it might be a good idea to focus on taking the secret paths. They might lead us around so we don't like fall into the pits. Fluffy says both should be fine since I plan on grinding anyway. I'm going to be able to bring up another priest to a reasonable level if I have to. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty even. It looks like the vote's pretty even. Alright, I'm going to go with my original gut instinct, which was to stick with permadeath. I think it's more exciting. It tells a better story. Like, Ulrich has been one of our main characters up until now, and for him to, like, die from a pit trap just shows how dangerous this dungeon is. And I don't think that, like using magic to bring him back to life, like, tells a better story. Definitely want to give away the magic armor that he picked up, though. Give that to our next priest. That's the other thing, too. We have, like, even when characters die, we're still making progress because our next priest is going to have a magic suit of armor already when they join. Is there anyone here who hasn't created a character yet, or if your character is dead? Is there anyone here, like, if your character has died, or if they just haven't been created yet? It also costs 1,500 to resurrect Ulrich, which we don't have. So actually, it doesn't even matter. We just can't resurrect Ulrich. So I'm going to delete him. Ulrich, you served us well when serving was good. You died just short of level 7. Just look at how close he was. He was 200 experience points away. The polls are done. That was fast. I mean, we're already back in town, so, you know. Plus, I got a sense for it. It was like a 50-50 vote, and one person, like, accidentally voted the wrong thing. So it was, people were leaning towards permadeath, and I personally am also leaning towards permadeath. So we're just going to stick with that. Let's see what we have available for priests. We have a lot of fighters now. Our priests are Silvara and Abaddon. Abaddon is an elf. Yeah, you think permadeath is better as well. Oh, Mirror, you want to think of a new character? So it's 1,500 gold to resurrect, which is as much as like a magic suit of armor. But I mean, granted, you know, you're casting a spell to bring someone back to life. I think that probably should be worth about as much as a magical suit of armor. What we really need is actually another priest. And specifically, I want to think about probably a gnome priest, because Silvara is not going to be able to do what I wanted her to do. Her strength is too low. I mean, if we get lucky, her strength could level up, but we have no real guarantee that that's going to happen. So what I would rather do is like replace her with another potential gnome priest. Unfortunately, we rolled the minimum stat points. So we would have to do something like this. This is a pretty crummy build. Evil Priest. Do you want to be bald? Would you rather have goggles or would you rather be bald? Pram says, what was your character? A dwarf bishop? Do they heal all your members that they got an amazing beard? So the problem with the dwarf bishop, I think if your character is Pollo or Polo, the problem is that we already have Greg, and you really only need one bishop. So they haven't really ended up doing very much yet. If anybody wants to claim this character, just let me know if you want goggles or if you want to be bald, or if you want twin tails, and I will make you into that character just based on your username. And if nobody says anything, you want to do goggles, okay. So this will be our new mirror. Oops, I'm typing in the stream chat instead of the game window. Okay. And I just got the edge of my shirt just got caught in the pop filter, so I just pulled my microphone halfway across the thing. Okay, I want to do a little bit of training on Mirror. I think I'll train Mirror off stream, so we'll see what Mirror looks like on the next stream. On stream, I'd rather use Silvara because she's like a higher level that's they contribute to the party. Like right now, while we're trying to get Reg to level up. And also Silvara herself could also level up. So I think focusing on Silvara is better right now. While I'm here, I'm going to do this. Somebody has the magic armor. Yes, it's you. We're going to give all this stuff to Silvara. And then Silvara is going to not do that. Oh, you can sidestep, okay. If you use the shoulder buttons, you can sidestep. Good to know. Silvara is going to heal up our party members as much as she can. Chris takes a lot of healing to get back up to full. I do think that was our biggest loss so far. Losing Ulrich there was a huge deal. Alright, let's go back. We'll use the end now to recover our remaining spell slots and hit points. Losing Ulrich was like the worst thing that's happened to our group so far. Pizza's fine. Mavtato needs to recover spell points. Chris needs to recover a lot of HP. Seems like they only use 1 week to recover, even if they recover a lot of HP. So that's a big difference. That is a huge difference from the original game. Reg needs a lot of spell points, and Silvara is going to need to recover some of the spell points too. Now I'm going to go to the store and sell off some of the extra stuff. Antidote. I'm keeping that antidote for later. Sell the breastplate. Oh, it looks like the Chainmail +1 has the same armor class as the breastplate. So why would you ever use a Chainmail +1? Maybe it has. I don't think it does anything else. It's just there must be like a certain class of characters that can only equip Chainmail. I just don't know what it is. Because thieves can't equip it. But priests can equip breastplates, so they wouldn't need the chainmail for anything. I don't know, that's very interesting. It's also it's kind of funny that we started this stream with Silvara, and then we ended up coming back to Silvara anyway. Like, we started with her, we benched her, but then we came back to her in the end. Sometimes the change position button doesn't work right away. I have to, like, reset it. Okay, so let's see if we can get Reg and Silvara to level up then, instead of Ulrich. We can also do some exploring while we're here. Although it's a little tricky because we don't have our low Milwa. You know what I'll do? I'm going to check and see if those creeping coins will appear again. Yeah, maybe Bishop. Maybe Bishop is like the class that can only equip. I know that's the starter cleric armor, but what I'm saying is, like, why would you need +1 chainmail? And like, The only reason you would need +1 chainmail is if there's a certain class where chainmail is the only armor, is like the best armor that they can equip, which I haven't really seen yet. Okay, so you don't get creeping coins every time you go through this door. That's what I wanted to check, because that would be awesome for training, but it looks like it's just random. We did surprise them. Try to get some information on the enemies. Kill them with some multi-attacks. Nice. We don't really have a very good offensive thief either. Like, Burrito is good at disarming traps, but they're not really that good at, like, just, like, contributing to the party, which I know Miku pointed out earlier. Alright, it's Splinter's Trap. Interesting. I don't really see a Splinter's Trap usually. What does it even do? Oops. Don't do that. Didn't find anything. Any creeping coins in here? Nope. Creeping cruds, though. Let's try to have Reg take them out. Excuse me. We're going to drop a Mahalito on them. Nice. I love how fast Reg is now. I'm going to check his agility score. He feels very fast. Maybe it's average and I've just been getting lucky. No trap. Find anything good? 70 gold. No items. Okay, let's check Reg's stats. Reg is actually still on average agility. I think I've just been getting lucky with the initiative rolls. Yeah, it's the wrong creeps. What you can do if you want to help out, Faye, check to see if there's a class where chainmail is like the best armor that they can equip. I'm guessing if there is one, it's probably Bishop. That actually sounds kind of correct, like it would be correct. So +1 chainmail is probably for bishops. I don't want to go down to the 3rd floor because we don't have Ulrich anymore. And Ulrich was like a big part. He was like the backbone of our army, really, in a lot of ways. His ability to disable, to cure paralysis and things like that was pretty understated. Like that was very valuable. Because otherwise, if we get paralyzed, like we are pretty screwed. And Silvara cannot cure it yet. I probably should have attacked the Cruds first. Come to think of it. I wasn't even thinking there. I was just mashing the attack button. Got poisoned. We have a potion for that, or we can just go back to town. Poison needle. Ooh, we got some armor. Might be something rare. Alright, let's head back. I'm going to test my theory. And I believe poison cures on its own when you go back to town. Ooh, cool samurai portrait. I think pizza will be fine. They have enough HP that they're not going to die from poison. I think there's like a small chance for poison to cure itself too, but I'm not sure about that. Alright, unfortunately we didn't get a level up on Silvara or Reg. Is there anyone else who we can heal? No, it's actually just pizza. Let's go. We have a new suit of armor to identify as well. Alright, let's rest the characters who need resting. Then I want to inspect. I think Burrito has the item that I want. No. For some reason, Mavtata picked it up. The one weird thing about this game, and this is true in the original game, I think it's true in like all Wizardry games, when you open a chest, the character who opens it doesn't always get the item. Sometimes it just like goes into the inventory of like a random character. And so what we can do is remove Reg from the party temporarily, add Greg to the party temporarily. These two have like a little bit of a rivalry going on. Backseat Greg. We're gonna go into the dungeon. Didn't we see Pizza heal from the poison at the start of the stream? Really? I must have missed it. I know he survived. Oh, yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Healed from going back to town. Yeah, you're right. I knew it worked that way. It's just sometimes, like, I doubt things that I already know. I don't know why I'm like that. Sometimes, like, I know something and I just, like, second-guess myself. Alright, so we're gonna give this to Greg. And Greg is going to identify it, hopefully. Greg has done good. He has not failed to identify anything so far. Breastplate? Okay, we'll just sell that. No specific class, it's just a cheap alternative armor for most classes. Yeah, that's what I thought too. It feels like chain armor doesn't actually have like a specific class that it's good for. Which, if that's true, that means +1 chain armor is kind of a pointless item. Just because, like, you can just equip, like, if you can just equip a breastplate, like, you don't need to buy +1 chain now. You can just sell it, make 750 gold. Alright, Greg, get out of here. Reg, get in here. Okay, Reg's close to leveling up. Silvara, I'm not sure. We can check when we go into town, or when we go into the maze. I would like one or both of them to level up before I end the stream. Pizza's not close. Mavtato's kind of close. Chris is nowhere near. Silvara, unfortunately, is still pretty far off. Burrito's far off. Reg is the only one who's actually, like, close. Let's go do a Murphy's Ghost battle. Those kind of take a while. But then again, like, what's the alternative? The good thing is, fighting Murphy's Ghost, you won't get paralyzed or poisoned. So this is actually kind of a good use of our time. Now that I think about it. Especially because we have 3 characters who all have multi-attack now as well. And we have better, like, buffs that we can cast. So we can do Matu. We can hide, and then here's the big one. We have multiple Dilto casts now. Yeah. Which means we can stack multiple debuffs onto each Murphy's Ghost. Make sure to focus fire. Look how much faster this battle's going. We've already chipped him down like 1/3 of his health just after one. Last time, the Murphy's Ghost battle took, I think, 30 turns, around 30 turns, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just going to cast another Matsu while I'm here. Dilto, I'm going to cast another Dilto, because we actually have 3 of them. So this is showing how the debuffs stack. Oh wow, hit 2 times for 18 damage, 2 times for 11 damage, 1 time for 8 damage. Yeah, we're shredding through their HP this time. This is night and day. Night and day difference. We can even start debuffing the other one before we attack it, because these debuffs last for the entire combat. 1 time for 7. And the lower their armor is, the faster this battle's gonna go, because we can multi-hit them more consistently. Okay, I'm gonna debuff the one on full HP again. And oh yeah, you can actually see it here. So this is proof of what I'm saying is true about the stacking. So this one has a +2 armor class penalty. This one we've hit twice with Dilto has +4 armor class penalty. And this stacks for the entire combat too. So if it's gonna be a long combat, you can just keep spamming it. Additionally, if you look down here, Pizza's down to -3 armor class. Mavtato's down to -4 armor. Chris is down to -3 armor. So we can debuff we can like lower our own armor down to an extremely low value as well. So we're increasing the chances of our multi-attack hitting, and we're decreasing the chance of the boss being able to deal any damage to us. I'm also going to see if Silvara can get a Dispel. I doubt it, but could be interesting. Reg is definitely the MVP here. Those Dilto casts are just like everything in this battle. He's basically giving everyone else an extra 20% chance to hit, and because they're attacking twice, that's 20% chance to hit on 6 attacks per turn. As you can see, we're dealing way more damage now. 2 times for 12 damage. That took 7 turns, 8 turns, rather than 30 turns. And Reg is now ready to level up, and actually so is Silvara too. So that accomplishes both of my goals. And I can finally go make dinner soon. If I have it, I might as well use it. I mean, yeah, that's like the one argument for it. It's like, if you have it, you might as well use it. Although, I mean, selling it for 750 gold and then just buying a breastplate would probably be better. I'll think about it. That's like the kind of thing I would just do off stream. You guys don't need to sit here. You guys don't need to watch me sit here and think for like 10 minutes about whether or not I'm going to sell a certain piece of armor. Especially if it's going to require a little bit of research. Like it might have a very niche use case, something that I haven't thought of yet. Nice. I can actually find the way back to the exit without even needing to go all the way to run into the elevator anymore. Pram says that's why he's the experienced grind enemy. Yeah, I think Faye mentioned something about that last stream. I tried not to let myself get spoiled too much, but not a big deal. But yeah, once you have multi-attack and Dilto, like you can stack, it looks like that my strategy there of stacking Dilto on him and then multi-attacking him allowed us to kill him pretty fast. And then, you know, once he was down, we just got a pretty good amount of experience. Okay, we're going to do our very important level ups very soon. Level 5 on Silvara is a big deal, and level 7 on Reg is also a big deal. So these are both going to be important levels. So first of all, we need to see if Silvara is going to get Dialco. She got 6 new spells. That is very unlikely to happen. She doesn't even have max piety. So your chances of learning spells is based on your piety score. So with her having like not even max piety, that was not very likely to happen. She did increase to 10 strength. If she can reach 11 strength, she can be our multi-class priest. So she learned Calfo, Montino, Lomilwa, Dialco, Latu Mapik, and Bamatu. So she got a lot of good spells. Very good level up for Silvara. Extremely good level up for Silvara. Reg's turn. Okay, now this one's crucial. This is going to determine whether we're going to multi-class Reg or not. Or if we're going to do it right away. Got a lot of spells. And some agility. Morlis, Dalto, and Lahalito. Now I'm pretty sure Lahalito is an even stronger version of Mahalito, if I'm not mistaken. Let's check Reg. Morlis is a fear, which is basically like a more powerful version of Dilto. It lasts for the entire encounter. Honestly, I'd rather cast Dilto twice rather than cast Morlis once. Partially just because there are extremely valuable spells at the level 4 spot, so you can't really afford to cast Morlis. Because if you cast Morlis, you can't cast Lahalito. Lahalito is much better. Whereas if you cast Dilto, you're not really missing out on anything. Like the only alternate spell would be like Sopik, which is only good if he's like a fighter, which he's not. So Dalto is 6 to 36 cold damage, and Lahalito is 6 to 36 fire damage. So the main difference between these two is essentially if you know that the enemies resist cold or if you know that they resist fire. However, I think, yeah, they can reduce the damage from Lahalito, but they can't resist the damage from Dalto. So again, like, why wouldn't you just use Dalto? I'm not really sure. Maybe if the enemies resist cold, you would use Lahalito, but otherwise you would normally use Dalto for 6 to 36, which is a pretty big damage burst. And then Silvara basically just learned like all of the spells from the first 3 circles. She does have Dialco. I'm not ready to turn her into a fighter yet. I would preferably do it at level 7. The thing about Reg is that he's kind of like really good as a mage already. Okay, so hold on a second. Go back to Reg. Okay, so if we reclass him, here's what will happen. He's not going to learn any more new spells because he already knows all of the spells. He might be missing like 1 or 2 spells. He can eventually learn the spells that he doesn't have. His stats will reset to the base stats for a halfling, which is not really a big deal because his stats are really low anyway. The main thing he'll lose is luck, which means his saving throws are going to be worse. This is a pretty tough call. I don't know if Reg's here or not right now. Might be interested to see what he thought about whether he wanted to reclass into a thief. Because if I'm going to reclass him because he's a halfling, I would reclass him into a thief. That would allow us to condense down our thief and mage slots into a single party member. So we wouldn't need to bring Burrito and Reg. We could just bring Reg. And then we would have an extra spot for like a second mage. So we'd have 2 mages essentially. Because we'll have Reg here as our mage thief, and then we would have a second mage. Now Reg would be significantly worse at disarming traps. That would be a consideration. But Silvara can cast Dialco now, so if we get hit with a stunner, it's not really a big deal. I'm pretty sure when I brought up the idea before in the previous stream, I know Reg said that they were into the idea of multi-classing. We haven't done any other multi-class builds yet. I think I want to do it just because we haven't done it yet. So I think this is a good time to do it, just to show off how the mechanic works. Okay, so this is how multi-class works. So we're going to switch Reg's class from mage to thief. They're going to keep all of their spells. They will still be able to learn spells in any circle that they already know. So if you look here, Reg doesn't have any level 5, 6, or 7 spells, so they can never learn level 5, 6, or 7 spells, but they can still learn spells from levels 1 to 4. I think they still have a few level 4 spells that they can still learn. The reason why this is good is because mages and priests don't really give you anything inherently. Being a mage doesn't give you anything. It just gives you the ability to learn spells. But if you already know the spells that you want, you can switch to another class like Fighter, who gets multi-attack. You can switch to Thief, who can, disarm traps. You could switch to Bishop, which has the ability to identify items and can use spells from different classes. There's a lot of reasons to multi-class. Your Reg is here as well. Oh, you're watching baseball? What game are you watching? But yeah, this is a good time to do it, because this is going to allow Reg to keep everything that he has right now. He's going to keep his 15 HP, he's going to keep all of his spells, and then he's just going to gain the abilities of a thief. So, why not do that, right? We are going to see his stats drop. The big one is going to be Intellect, but he doesn't need Intellect anymore because he already knows all the spells that he wants. And I'm wondering if his strength will actually go back up, because it's supposed to reset to the base for your race. So he should get the base strength of a halfling, but I don't know if it will go up if it's already gone down. We're gonna see. Reg will become a level 1 thief. This is not as bad as it sounds. Yeah, his strength actually went back up to 5, which is the minimum for a halfling. So the big thing he lost 8 points of agility and 3 points of luck. He gained 1 point of strength, which is kind of funny. He needs to regain that agility and luck through leveling up. He did age to 26 years old, so now he is by far our oldest character. I'm going to bring up the Wizardry Mechanics Guide, because I want to check something, which you guys might find interesting. It has to do with leveling up and gaining stats. It has to do, well, specifically with your age. Level, yes. No. Wrong thing. Let me go back to level up, maybe. Saving throws, luck, stats, bonus points. I can find it, I'm sure I can. Well, let me use Control F. Yeah, whenever you level up, so chance to level spells is based on your IQ, but like I said, he already knows all of the spells, so it doesn't really matter what his IQ is anymore. Pit traps, successful saving throws. Can't see what I have highlighted because my other screen is in the way. Max level. I should have searched for age instead of level. Level appears way too many times on this. Yeah, let me go to age. Okay, well the problem now is this bringing up every single time it talks about mages. Because the word mage contains the word age. This is interesting, I promise. We'll discover something interesting here. Okay, here we go. If a stat changes, there is an age in years over 130. So Reg is 26, so 26 over 130. He has a 20% chance for his stats to go down, and an 80% chance for his stats to go up. Although that's not exactly true because that's part of a 75% chance. So you would do 0.75 times 0.2. So he has a 15% chance for his stats to go down, a 60% chance for his stats to go up. I'm going to type this in the chat. For me, this kind of stuff is very interesting. Most of you probably won't find it that interesting, but for me, it's very interesting. So 15% chance stats to go down, 60% to go up, and then I guess the remainder would be another 15. No. 25. Oh yeah, 20, yeah, of course, because 75, yeah. 25% chance to stay the same. So next time he levels up, basically, there's going to be, and he's going to gain a lot of levels fast because now he's a level 1 character again. So he's going to gain a couple of levels pretty quickly, and there's essentially every time he gains one of those quick levels, there's going to be a 15% chance for, let's just look at his luck, because that's the one we're trying to raise. Luck and agility. So there's a 25% chance that his agility will go down to 14. There's a 60% chance that it'll go up to 16, and a 25% chance to stay the same. So even for characters like Reg, who are a little bit older, it tends to be the case that your stats will go up rather than going down. The worst thing that can happen is when your vitality starts to drop. When your age gets higher and your vitality starts to go down, you will eventually die of old age, which is bad. Now, because of this, we're in a very interesting situation. It means we actually don't really need Burrito anymore, even though he's pretty well trained. But the thing is, Burrito has always been a little bit of a filler unit, weirdly enough. The reason I say that is because he doesn't have anything. Like, he's currently a thief, which means he can't reclass into any other class. But even as a thief, he has mediocre strength, so he's not good at dealing sneak attack damage. So the only thing he does is he just follows us around and he disarms chests. But now, Reg can do that, while also being able to cast Mahalito, Lahalito, and Dumapik. Like, Reg is just like the same thing, but better. Hold on a second. I wanted to do this. He's going to give his ear to Reg. So the only thing we're really worried about are paralysis and poison, but we have the answer to those. It's called an antidote, and Silvara can cure paralysis. Nope. Equip, equip, equip. We're gonna go store. I will keep Burrito around. It's very good. It's very useful to have a level 7 backup thief. But for the time being, I think Reg is gonna be our main thief. Specifically because of that thief mage utility. Now the question is, who's gonna replace him as our main mage? Like I mentioned before, Vivi's a pretty good option. She's very fast. The thing about Vivi is, like, her long-term prospects are very good because she can, when she starts learning Lahalito and Mahalito, she can cast them very quickly. I do want to sort by class. I want to see what other mages we have available. So it would basically be Filru or Vivi. So Filru would be better to reclass into a fighter later on because of the human base stats. Vivi would be better to keep as a mage forever, just because they would be a high agility caster. Reg says their agility or their vitality is already on the low side. With bad luck, they'll die of old age at like 28. It actually takes a while to die of old age, don't worry. They still get spell points after reclassing, but the formula is a little bit different. They don't get the component of spell points that comes from their class, but it's really not that big of a deal. As you've been noticing, we've really only been having Reg cast like 2 or 3 spells per quest, plus we're actually going to have a mage with us. So he's not our primary mage anymore. He's like our extra, like, second mage. So in that sense, like, he brings a lot of utility to the table. You're watching the Rangers versus the Angels. Okay. I know you're a Rangers fan. Alright, Vivi. Vivi, for me, seems like the pretty obvious choice. I don't think there's anyone else who makes more sense. While we're here, we can actually buy another expensive In fact, I feel like we never bought gloves for these characters. Oh, because the gloves are 6,000. Oh, how are they 6,000? That's insane. Okay. Let's buy a shield for pizza. Equip it right away. I'm gonna buy... Can't buy a shield for Chris. I think I'm gonna sell... I think I'm gonna sell the chainmail +1 and just replace it with a breastplate. It has the same armor class, but we're just gonna make money. We just made like 500 gold. And then if it turns out we needed the chainmail +1 for something, then, you know, oh well. I think they actually keep it in storage. Anyway, like when you sell items. No, not sell. You want to do buy. No. Yeah, it's here, it's here, it's here. So like when you sell items, they actually stay in the storage. So you can just come back and buy them again later if you really need them. I mean, we have to have the gold, but in theory. Alright, I want to do one more dive. The gloves are fashionable. That's why they're so expensive. Alright, so we have Silvara up to the point where we can actually take her on like longer adventures. Plus we have Reg and Vivi, who are both low level, but it means that they're going to level up very quickly. Like we only need to fight a couple of encounters and they're going to level up very fast. That's another one of the things I like about multi-class builds, is when you reclass them, they start to level up again very quickly. Alright, I don't know if we can actually handle the third floor, but I want to go down there anyway. I ended up streaming for longer than I wanted to. You know what's weird is my throat actually doesn't hurt at all right now. Like, it doesn't hurt at all. I thought it would hurt more from talking for the entire stream, but maybe, like, the more I talk, the more I'm just, like, exercising my throat. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. Oh, Vivi's already ready to level up. That's okay. Maybe we can get her 2 levels when we go back. Oh, 5 highwaymen and a level 1 mage. If I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, the highwaymen tend to just run away. Wizardry is healing me. Hey Z-Man, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of thing that I enjoy doing so much. Okay, so I'm going to show you now the value of Reg. So even though he's a thief, instead of, like, before, like, every single turn in combat, Burrito is just standing here doing nothing. Reg has access to all of these spells. Like, that's insane. I can even just do this. I can even just cast Catino on this group of thieves to stop them from running away so we can kill them. And Reg is pretty fast, too. That's the other thing. He's like, actually pretty fast because he's a halfling. So he just has, like, the base speed of a halfling, which is fast. All the highwaymen just ran away. I kind of hate when they do that because you don't get any experience. Yeah, we got like a crummy 79 per character. Mostly just from the 1 mage that we killed. Alright, let's see if we can fight one of these level 3 groups. Plus we have a ton of Doom Epic casts now. We have... Maptato has 3 Doom Epics. Reg has 4 Doom Epics. 3 Doom Epics. And then Vivi has multiple Doom Epics as well. So let's cast one now. So maybe we start exploring what's behind some of these secret doors now. That might be the play. While we're here, Silvara can also cast a light spell. I don't know if we need her to, though, because we kind of already know where the secret doors are. Yeah. Oh, 5 armored women. We have not encountered this group before. Oh, these look like samurai. That means they should be able to cast spells. So we have to be a little bit careful. Oh, they're running away. Okay. Did they all run away? They all ran away. That's funny. It's actually not bad when they do that because okay. Because sometimes they leave behind treasure chests. I am going to cast Calfo here because Reg's inspection chance is not very high. So this tells us it's a poison needle. We have a 69% chance to disarm a poison needle. And we got it. Okay, what's through here? Oh, it looks like it just connects to another one of the secret doors. Interesting. This might allow us to circumvent the pit traps, though. Like, what if we do this? What if we never step in these center areas? We just go through... Yeah, okay, I'm seeing it. So you can use these to not worry about pit traps. because you can just go through these secret doors, and you never have to step in the center areas where the pit traps can potentially be. So, like, I'm not going to step there because there could be a pit trap. Instead, I'm going to go this way. And then maybe there's something over here. Oh, 3 flies. Interesting. I don't think flies will run away from us. Skywing says, it seems like enemies run a lot in this game, so it seems like a waste of time when that happens. It's very interesting, yeah. The running mechanic is something that I kind of have like a love-hate relationship with. I'm very scared of these flies. I have a feeling they're going to do something disgusting. They give a lot of experience, which is bad. That's a bad sign. I don't like that. That means they're probably dangerous. They breathe fire on us. That's where the dragon from Dragonfly comes from. They probably resist fire in that case. I'm gonna have Reg cast Molito, because I have a feeling that they resist fire. Oh. Nice. Yeah, that Molito did good damage. Oh, they killed Vivi. Okay, well, so much for Vivi. Oh my god. We're gonna have to train a new mage. We're gonna have to find and train a new mage. We have what's her name? I was already talking about her before. Rotting corpses. I do not like this. I'm gonna save my spell slots because I need to cast Duma Pick. I can maybe hit them with Dilto to give our fighters a better chance to multi. Okay, yeah, that's fine. We just annihilated them with multi-attacks. I'm gonna need to cast Doom Epic to get back out of here safely. Yeah, Vivi just went down. I'm a little bit sad about that. Alright. I can cast Calfo here. Splinter's Trap, we can disarm Splinter's Trap. And even if we fail, it just deals damage. Reg just died. Okay. We have greatly underestimated how dangerous this place is. Now we have to get out of here alive. This is bad. Okay, hold on. The way back is right outside of the door that we're in right now, and then straight north. Reg says, oh well, RIP. Does either Reg or Vivi want to create a new character before I end the stream? Let me know. By the time I get back to town, it should be a good time to create characters. That went about as badly as it could have gone. I did not think that Reg was going to take 15 damage from the Splinter's Trap, otherwise I would not have risked opening it. Alright, let's hope we have enough health to make it back. And let's hope there's no more pit traps. Okay. Okay, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Total party wipe incoming? No way. We can get out of here. All you need is a single good cast of Doom Epic. You were really excited for the reclass Reg. What are we short on currently? So actually currently we kind of need more mages because two of our 3 mages just died. So we need more mages. We're pretty good on fighters and clerics, honestly. We basically just need mages, and we don't even need thieves because we still have Burrito. You know what just happened? I know exactly what just happened. That was Burrito. Burrito just did that. Burrito just wiped these two because he was mad because we benched him. If you don't know offhand, I'll hold off on the idea of making something until the next time. Oh no, I know for sure what we need. What we need is more mages. Just depends on what races. I would say don't make a human mage because we already have a human mage. Try to think of like another race you would rather play, and I will try to find a way to make that that race work. I will think about what that race does that other races can't do. Don't really need any of that stuff. Burrito is a chill guy. Burrito's a chill guy, then why did he just put a Splinter's Trap in that chest to kill Reg for trying to replace him? Explain that one to me. gonna sell all this stuff that they had on them when they died. Yeah, we don't even need a new thief because we still have a really good thief. It's Burrito. Burrito really wanted to stay in the party. So basically what we have is Filru, a human mage, and then we kind of need like other mages. Yeah, Elf is in here. Scar, on the other hand, hungers for the flesh of the living. Actually, Marseilles, do you even have a character right now? Is Abaddon your character? Because we're not going to be raising any thieves anytime soon. Or any priests anytime soon. Yeah, we have access to elves. If you want to be an elf. We have an elf mage. No, she's dead. Vivi's dead. The only mage we have now is Filru, which is a human. All of our other mages died. So if you want to be an elf mage, we can do that. We didn't even get any level ups from that. That was a total waste of my life. I just let like multiple party members die for no reason. Yeah, Burrito's back in the party now. Abaddon is your character. Yeah, we're probably not going to be using Abaddon. We can do an elf mage, and then I don't think I saw a message from Vivi. Yeah, I think Vivi went to bed already. All right, we'll just do a replacement elf mage for Reg. We're gonna roll our stat points. You got 8 stat points. Not great. That's like average. So I think my goal here with this one, because you said you wanted to replace Greg, I actually think it's a good idea to train them to start training as a mage and then reclass into a bishop so that you can replace Greg. In fact, maybe it's better to start training as a priest and then reclass into a bishop. I'm not sure. No, I think mage into bishop's better. While training, what stats are going to be important? Honestly, probably intellect, just to learn more spells. They don't really need anything else. I can't get their vitality or agility high enough where it's going to matter. You're cool starting as a bishop. Now, starting as a bishop's a little different. Starting as a bishop's not really that great. They learn spells very slowly and they level up slowly. It's actually better to start as a mage and then reclass into a bishop. Start as a mage or a priest and then reclass into a bishop later. I don't know. Well, if you want to do it, I think I'll honor your wishes. If that's the case, we probably want your agility or your vitality to not be bottom tier. So we would do this. Let's see. This is our friend, New Reg. I actually kind of think training a bishop is worth it, though, because eventually Greg's not going to be able to keep identifying items. This also gives me a chance to check and see if bishops can equip chainmail. Because if that's the case, then that's what the +1 chainmail would be for. So it looks like he equips stabs, maces. I'm surprised he can't equip a flail, or maybe there's none in the shop right now. We are doing buy, right? Yeah. I'm gonna sell his mace. Buy items. No, he doesn't equip chainmail anyway. He just equips leather armor. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the point of magic chainmail is. Doesn't seem like any characters would want to equip it. Buy back the mace that we just sold. That's fine. He's not really a fighter anyway. So the goal with New Reg is going to be training a character who can identify items without getting paralyzed by fear. Yeah, I know you probably don't have really strong feelings about it, but like for me, part of what's making this series very fun is that like if I was playing the game by myself and not talking to anybody and just like sitting in my room playing the game alone, I would probably make like all of the optimal choices and make a really strong party, which is kind of fun in its own way. But what's really fun about this is that people are creating characters that I wouldn't really normally make myself, but we still get to see how those characters can still shine, like in their own way. If that makes sense. But I kind of learned my lesson. I think when training these level 1 and level 2 characters, you really have to train them on the first floor, because otherwise they could get hit with a breath weapon or get hit with a splinters trap that can just one-shot them. I want to do one more exploration. I think like three explorations ago I said it was going to be the last one, but it is what it is. I really like Wizardry, if you guys couldn't tell. Yeah, we had an elf mage. She got destroyed by a breath weapon. All right, let's just do this really quick. See if we can get reg to level new reg to level 2 before the stream ends. We're gonna do Bamatu. Burrito's gonna hide. You are just not really gonna do anything. You're just gonna sit here and hope that you don't get killed. But I don't think they can kill Reg. I don't think they can attack the back line. So the things that... No, hold on. The thing that makes Murphy's Ghost really good for training against, I think I'm learning, is that they can't hit the back line, they can't cast paralysis, they can't cast poison. Like, they can't really deal any permanent damage to your party beyond just, like, hitting your frontline characters. Which, if you have, like, good frontline fighters, you can essentially just chip down their health over time. As long as you're willing to sit here and spam the button long enough. Which, I gotta make sure I'm attacking the one that's already injured. Okay, now I can start casting Montino on them. No, Manifo on them. Manifo gives us a chance to potentially deal double damage. They're probably going to keep resisting it. I don't think it's super likely that we'll be able to hit them with Manifo. But might as well try. Could make the fight go slightly faster. We're hitting for good damage anyway. If this fight is enough to get new reg up to level 2, then this is a really good method for like introducing new party members. Because we could essentially just introduce any new party member and immediately get them back up to level 2. Fey Grimoire says they can't hit very hard either. Yeah, that's true as well. Even when they do hit, they deal like chip damage. So it's really just a matter of like whether or not you have the offensive power to hit through their regen, and the fact that they have a pretty good armor class, which again, like debuff spells help with that. Okay, each party member receives 1400. That is, oops, I accidentally triggered the fight again. Oh, we're fighting them again. As long as I can cast Bamatu again, which it looks like I can. I'm a little worried about the fact that we did not land a single attack that round. Okay, we're hitting 2 times for 16 damage total. Make sure you hit the one that's injured. Okay, do we have any other spells that are worth casting? Not really. It's just a matter of spamming like Matu and stuff, but they probably already are. They probably already have the minimum 5% chance to hit us at this point with a -8 armor class. At this point, it's just a matter of spamming the attack button until they die. One time for 7 damage. Nope. Don't hit the one that's on full health. I'll be careful about spamming the button so I don't accidentally trigger another fight after this. But I could definitely see how you could use this for grinding. It's very interesting that they included this. Just like a way to quickly grind up your characters. And this, remember, this is Wizardry 1. This is like the very first ever like party-based dungeon crawler. So it's like the developers knew that players were going to want a way to quickly train up their characters, and they actually included this like intentionally. You don't have to like use any kind of exploit or anything like that to grind your characters. You just use the intended method of fighting Murphy's Ghost over and over again. The real Murphy's Law, grind on Murphy's Ghost or get your level 1 characters killed deeper in. I know, if we had just done this with Vivi and Reg, like, they would have had enough HP to survive the Splinter's Trap. That's the very frustrating part. Especially Reg. One of the things that I wanted to show off with Reg about multi-classing is that when we reclass him from a mage over to a thief, because thieves have better HP than mages, he will quickly start gaining way more HP than he ever had as a mage. He would get up into like the 20 to 30 HP range pretty fast, rather than sitting at like 10 HP forever. Alright, one more round should do it. It looks like it takes 18 rounds or more without our debuffing spells. With the debuffing spells, it only took like 7 or 8 rounds, so you can really see how the debuff spells made a huge difference. Okay, make sure I don't spam the button and accidentally trigger another encounter. So the good thing about Bishop with New Reg is that he can learn priest spells without ever needing to multi-class. Okay, so the door should be... Now I'm gonna get lost. You wonder how many Murphys died down here? That's a good point, yeah. All of these ghosts are the ghosts of a guy named, like, a different guy named Murphy. There's like 100 different Murphys. And all of their ghosts ended up in this spot. I wonder why it's called Murphy's Ghost. Okay, so I think if I turn left here... No. Right here, and then the door should... No, okay. I got lost in the darkness. Alright, hold on, let's cast Do My Pick. I just have to go right. And then... over, and the door's right here. Be gone, strangers. Alright, let's get a few crucial level ups, and I will go ahead and end the stream finally. Because it is 10 o'clock at night, and I still haven't eaten dinner yet. Potato, let's rest. And level up. They learned Dilto, interesting. Yeah, you can still learn... Oh, you know what it is? It's because they're a samurai. So the one good thing about samurai, like Mavtato, as opposed to mage reclass into fighter, is that samurai can get access to new spell circles. So the more Mavtato levels up, they'll actually get access to higher and higher level spells. Whereas if we reclass a mage into a fighter, they'll never get higher level than whatever level they're already at in terms of magic. So that is one good thing for Mavtato in the long term, is that they will eventually get higher level spells. So next we're going to do Chris, just get their HP back up. Silvara, this is not a crucial level up, this is just like a whatever level up. Level 7 is really the big one. She got Porphic, she got all... Oh, we got the coveted all stats leveled up. Only 1 HP though. I wonder how close she is to the next level, because she's pretty far off. She needs around 6,000 more experience to get to level 7, so that's probably going to be sometime during the next stream. Burrito doesn't need any rest. Okay, New Reg's the interesting one, because he could level up twice here. So he got Mogref and Do My Pick, so we've got another Do My Pick user. Good stat ups as well. This is going to prevent him from getting any like bad stat penalties anytime soon. And then he did get another level up, so we're going to get that right away. Agility and strength both went down. That's not great. Yeah, that was a really bad... That was very unlikely to happen. With him still being fairly young, losing 2 stats and only gaining 1, that's extremely unlikely to happen. But it does happen. It's all randomness. He did get 5 HP, so that's good. So New Reg's doing okay. Let's see what spells he actually has. So he doesn't have any priest spells yet, but he will eventually get priest spells on his own. So similar to Samurai, like how Samurai has the stats of a fighter and they eventually get mage spells from once they get to higher levels, Bishop starts with mage spells and they will eventually get priest spells from leveling up. So he does have good long-term prospects. These are our spells. He's got the full level 1 spell list. Silvara should have... What was the new one that she got? Was it Manifo? Or Calfo? I can't remember. It was a minute ago. I know Maftedo got a spell too. This was, yeah, he got Dilto. So now Maftedo can actually cast Dilto, which is a very good spell. This is the one that we use to penalize Murphy's Ghost, so we can hit our multi-attacks. Overall, pretty good stuff. Oops, I just wasted a week of their life. I have nothing else that I want to do today. We caused a lot of characters to die, but accomplished all of my goals. So I'm gonna say goodbye. Thank you, Chris, Faye, Reg, Mirror Fanboy, Big Boss, Fluffy, Gianni, Vivi Cooley, Faye. I said that already. The chat log is really long. Thanks to Miku for stopping by. Crisis was here briefly earlier. What did they ask? Oh, their first RPG was Persona 3 Portable. Yeah, I'm playing that right now, just as like one of my off-stream games that I play. I'm trying to do all of the quests, which take like I have to have like a guide open, so I make sure that I know how to do the quests. Thanks to Fluffy for stopping by. Mavtato stopped by. They got to actually see that their character is becoming pretty sick. Now they actually have level 2. So not only do they have the fighting abilities of a level 7 fighter, but they essentially have the casting abilities of a level 3 mage on top of that, which is pretty cool. But that's also part of why they level up slower. Samurai level up slower than other classes, slower than basic classes. They're faster than, I think, some of the advanced classes. Pram was here today. You stopped by late. You showed up late, I mean. But you're actually still here, I'm pretty sure. Anyone else I missed? If I missed anybody, sorry, it's just because the chat log's really long. Thank you, Z-Man, for being here. Thanks to all the lurkers for stopping by. Thanks to everyone who left a like on the stream. I am going to go make dinner for now. Enjoy the rest of your day.